We are live.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I would like to welcome everyone to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting of Monday, May 10th, 2021. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. And I'd like to begin by, in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous people and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have with this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live in, on, and under it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous people who have taken care of this land and continue to care for this place, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take actions towards real truth and reconciliation. Thank you. Miigwech. Councilors, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or code of conduct conflicts? Q. We have a number of delegations, but before I get into that, I just want to comment that unfortunately, Councilor Wienko is not joining us at this point because he's feeling quite under the weather. He's hoping a little bit later today he'll feel up to join us, but he won't be with us, at least initially. And Councilor Douglas is having internet connection problems, so I'm optimistic she'll be joining us shortly, but we're going to go ahead at this point without her. So I'm afraid it's just the five of us initiating this. Councilor Bocek has confirmed that he is in attendance, but not on video much of the time. And I think that's in part due to connection issues as well. With that, we have a couple delegations, and our first delegation is from Ms. Mary Muter, and she's the chair of the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation. And I believe she wants to talk to us about water quality, wetlands, and water levels. Ms. Muter, if you're ready, the screen is yours.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can, yes.
Okay. Who's going to control my slides?
Ms. Way, you're muted.
I can, or would you like to share your slides?
Oh, it's probably easier if I share my screen.
Yep. If you're able to do that.
Let me see, where's share screen? Here we are.
Correct. We can see your screen now.
Can you? Okay, yeah. Excellent. Okay, great. So I hope you've all had a chance to see the slides because I sent them last week. If you haven't, I'm going to try and go through these fairly quickly so that we have time for questions at the end. Wetlands, water quality, and water levels, as the mayor mentioned, that's basically what I'm trying to cover here. They are all interconnected and humans can interfere with them or can help to sustain them. Everyone has a role to play. So Dr. Carl Schiefer's family have donated to our organization his incredible library of slides of air photos of Georgian Bay. And I thought this one helps to convey the complexity of the Eastern Coast complex shoreline. So you can see out here at the top on the right, that's Giant's Tomb Island. And as the water winds its way through this complex shoreline and islands, it takes a long time for the water to reach back all the way into here, into inland wetlands, but then you can't see them right here now, But in beyond here are what are called vernal pool wetlands that during high water levels do get connected to the bay, but typically dry up in the summertime, but provide very important habitat, breeding habitats for species like turtles and salamanders. We tend to forget them because they're in here, they're hidden, but they are an important feature and connecting part for all of this complex shoreline. And the water quality changes as the limestone influenced water out here mixes with the water from granite runoff as it mixes in this complex shoreline. You can imagine these are the areas that Patrick Fraser has undertaken wetland evaluation and the complexities of doing that, but also collecting bathymetric data, tedious work using onboard equipment to collect GPS coordinates and depth. So we look forward to receiving high resolution LiDAR imagery that the district is, according to Councillor Cooper, is going to be collecting. So just to take you back to Patrick Fraser's report to you a month ago, when I was hoping to follow her, but in any case, these are sort of summary findings from her work from last summer. High water levels have benefited water quality in enclosed bays, but there are concerning hotspots. And we are recommending that the township consider targeted septic system reinspection at the areas where hotspots were identified. I don't have that image up here right now, but I can tell you there were a couple found in the Go Home area and several found in the Honey Harbour area. So we have on Georgian Bay the most extensive, highest quality, most diverse wetlands found anywhere in the Great Lakes. But during low water levels from 2001 to 2013, Professor Chow Fraser found that we had lost 24% of critical wetland habitat. But wetlands have again been suffering during recent high water levels. Wetland plants cannot grow on granite shorelines or in forested areas. So our organization is providing funding assistance to McMaster for a postdoctoral researcher, plus research assistance to determine the amount of wetland habitat lost during the extreme recent high water levels. We are partnering with MyTax, which is an organization that coordinates and gets federal and provincial funding and partners with NGOs like our organization. So that work will begin very soon. McMaster has acquired 2019 high resolution satellite imagery, but it all needs to be ground truth and geo-referenced and all corrected by collecting on the ground coordinates and finding that same spot on the imagery and correcting it all. So it involves a lot of tedious work, but we think this is important. I thought that I should mention to you, and you probably know this, the most significant threat to our wetlands are extreme low water levels and human activities. These are suggestions to prevent wetland degradation. The best management to reduce extreme water levels by the IJC, it is possible. We need to get wetland mapping into all of the township planning documents. We should not allow docks or marine engines in wetlands. I'm referring here to a 2019 published paper titled Effects of Boat Traffic and Mooring and Infrastructure on Aquatic Vegetation. This is an extensive research project that was done with connections around the world, both for marine and freshwater. So it's fairly recent. So I pulled out just the information referring to freshwater impacts. Most of you probably know this, but this is a diagram that's in this report. So basically a marine engine stirs up sediment on the bottom, then it rests and lies on top of wetland plants and eventually smothers the wetland plants so sunlight cannot reach to them. They basically die. And for those of you who have been in areas where there are wetland plants where boat traffic is heavy, if you look down to the bottom, you will see wetland plants dead on the bottom covered with sediment. So I pulled out just the conclusions from this extensive paper. I'm not going to go through them all right now, but I urge you to read through these carefully. These are their conclusions, and this is just in freshwater. I think sediment resuspension, it mentions, but several studies also have found significant sediment resuspension arises when boats are operated in waters less than 2.5 meters deep. This would be where wetland plants are present. It also refers to docks creating permanent shade, major factor causing vegetation decline in and around the docks. Okay, so quickly now I'm going to give you a water levels overview. Most of you will be familiar, for instance, with this graph. This is all of the Great Lakes water levels for the past 100 years. I put this red line through the middle because this is when the last navigation dredging took place. And here is Lake Michigan, Huron, and Georgian Bay. Compare that to Lake Superior. Look at the wild swings that we have had compared to the much narrower range for Lake Superior. And here is the ultimate control of water levels for Lake Ontario. And this is basically because of shoreline interests and municipalities raising alarms and the IJC acting to reduce that range. It's actually less than this range. They say it has a range of about 4.5 feet, but every fall they intentionally draw down the water level of Lake Ontario to prevent shoreline damages due to ice in the wintertime. And compare that to our range of water levels. And this is a key point because this is when they dredge to supposedly 27 feet, but they actually dredge to 30 feet just to allow navigation room. When they did that, they removed the rock, rubble, hard cover and exposed soft sand and sediments that during ice jams cause erosion of the riverbed. So quickly, I just want to show you, this is Lake Superior on the left range, and on the right is Michigan Huron. And you can see these are actually to the same scale. So you can see what it means to keep Lake Superior to a range of 4 feet, whereas our water levels range to 6.5 feet. The IJC's International Lake Superior Board of Control has a criterion to balance interests upstream and downstream. We see very little evidence of that. The other problem is the Regulation Plan 2012 for the discharges from Lake Superior uses a fixed St. Clair River outflow value of 5,255 cubic meters per second, when in fact, in recent months, the water levels have the flows in the St. Clair River have fluctuated between 4,000 and 7,000 cubic meters per second. The regulation plan also ignores basically the change in conveyance capacity of the St. Clair River. Changes in flows in this part of the system absolutely need to be factored in when calculating the discharges from Lake Superior, along with the Long Lac and Algae diversions into Lake Superior. For the past several summers, right at high water levels, midsummer, those diversions have been increased significantly, and that increased flow is simply dumped into Lake Michigan and Huron. So this is just this past winter in February, there was a major ice jam in the St. Clair River. This is not ice forming on the St. Clair River. This is broken ice flowing into the river along the edges of the ice that forms along both the Canadian and US sides of Lake Huron. So Canada brings down an icebreaker from the Arctic, and the US send in one of their Coast Guard ships. They operate up and down the river constantly because the ice moves in. You can see it blocks the channel almost as soon as it passes. So the icebreaker is followed by a tugboat and then by a ship to make its way through. But in this picture on the right, you can see this is Lake St. Clair at the top. Lake St. Clair in February suddenly froze hard all the way across. The ice was unable to move to break up and move into the Lake St. Clair. It took them 2 or 3 weeks to break up the ice in Lake St. Clair to allow the ice in the St. Clair River to flow into there and then to move down into the Detroit River and out into Lake Erie. This ice, you can hear YouTube videos of tugboat operators telling stories about the ice layering up 6 feet deep. So this is what happened to the flow last February. Very suddenly, the flows dropped from 7,000 down to 4,000 cubic meters per second and took its time to wind its way back up. And now we are still slightly below the level it was at last fall. And the US Army Corps, we have got their attention. They are concerned that the erosion may have happened underneath the ice. The water has to get through somehow. And the soft sand and sediment that accumulates downstream will be dredged where it has filled in the navigation channels. So the US Army Corps are already planning to dredge the channels south through the delta into the Lake St. Clair. That will, the correct words are increase the conveyance capacity of the St. Clair River. So this is just a free photo from the web. This is the Blue Water Bridge. This is Sarnia on the left side, Port Huron on the right side. This is a broken ice as it moves into the river. In the Niagara River, they have ice booms to prevent the ice from blocking the hydropower generators there. There is no reason why there cannot be ice booms going out from Sarnia and Port Huron to prevent this ice from moving into the St. Clair River and blocking the river, interfering with navigation and causing erosion of the riverbed. We think there's a better way to manage this. So here you have this big complicated formula at the top. And here is the number of the flow rate that they use constantly for the St. Clair River. So over the past several years, well, since 2015, while water levels have been high and the flow has been around 7,000 cubic meters per second, they've been using this number to calculate the discharges from Lake Superior. So we think their criterion is they are not respecting that criterion. And by holding Lake Superior to a range of 4 feet, it's not meeting the interests downstream. So just quickly, I'll show you, this is the Lake Superior level since 2014. This is Michigan Huron levels. We were above our long-term average by 80 centimeters. Superior was above by 30 centimeters. Here is the St. Mary's River flow since 2014. You can see how they actually brought the flows down in 2020 to 2021. And here is the St. Clair River flow going up and peaked at 7,340 cubic meters per second. The IJC is currently quietly under the Great Lakes Adaptive Management Committee reviewing the Regulation Plan 2012. Our organization is a founding member of Restore Our Water International. ROE sent a letter to the IJC asking if there could be expert public participation from shoreline interests and from municipalities. And they wrote us back and said there are no plans to involve any public or municipalities in this review. Contrast that to their current review of the regulation plan for Lake Ontario, where they have extensive public input and municipalities are involved. Why should we be treated any differently? So quickly, I'm going to go through this extensive report by Baird and Associates. We asked them to look at what future lake levels looked like. They told us that climate change models at this point are not of high enough resolution to be able to scale them down to an area such as the Great Lakes. And besides which, the Great Lakes create their own climate within themselves. So in their view, you can only predict out about 50 years. They looked at a combination of 6 different cycles that exist for the Great Lakes and merged them together and created a model to predict what future lake levels would look like. So the little dots are the model they created. The yellow line is what the water levels actually were from 1950 to 2000. So you can see that their model fairly closely lines up with the historic levels. This is jumping ahead. Anybody who wants to read this report, it is posted on our website. But based on historic levels, they predicted, and they completed this work for us several years ago, and they predicted that beginning in around 2019, 2020, we would undergo a significant decline in water levels. And it looks like that's what's happening right now. So going out to 2050, it looks like our water levels are going down, and around 2030, 35, we are going to approach the low levels that we recently experienced. So again, we think that there are better ways to manage this. And how can that happen? We need to add shoreline interests and municipalities to the IJC's review of the Lake Superior Regulation Plan. And immediately require a balancing of interests upstream and downstream. We also believe that the St. Clair Riverbed should be restored to pre-navigation dredging conditions, replace the rock rubble to stabilize the exposed sand and clay, and begin designing flexible structures to be deployed in the St. Clair River to be able to hold back water during low supply periods, as recommended to our governments by the IJC in 2013, but not interfere flow during high supply conditions. Those recommendations have to date been ignored. So we have 3 hydraulic engineers that have been working with us, consulting with us now for almost 20 years. And one of them, Bill Bukowski, who has a cottage up at Snug Harbour, he looked at all the parameters of what could be deployed during low water level years to reduce the flow in the St. Clair River, but that would not interfere with the flow during high flow conditions. He consulted with NASA and with, I forget the name of it, a big coastal consulting public agency on the East Coast of the United States. And he came up with basically an airplane wing design that could be raised at whatever level to reduce the flows, but lowered when the supplies were high, and would not interfere with the flow at all because of its design. These would be elevated off the bottom so that fish could swim underneath and ships could pass easily overhead. So we've been working with Tiny and Tay townships, passing resolutions. Now the Great Lakes mayors, the city's initiative, are asking for a resolution from municipalities on water levels and what recommendations they might have. I've just shown you here the resolution that was passed by the Township of the Archipelago last November. I'm putting this up as a suggestion that your council might consider passing a similar resolution, but also add to this the need to involve public and municipalities in the review of Plan 2012. That's it for me. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm just trying to get my screen back in order as we, there we go. Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, I think I saw Councillor Cooper's hand prior to Councillor Jarvis, so we'll go in that order, please.
Thank you, Mayor Braid, and thank you very much, Mary, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
And I hope that we can do something in terms of a resolution as well, and that's something we'll consider and let you know if we can do something. I'd be happy to make a suggestion to move that forward. I wanted to ask also, I certainly found the water level report that you gave us most interesting. And, you know, while there are varying views on what the causes are, and some people might suggest it's strictly climate change, you've also been able to demonstrate, I think, here that there are other factors. So I think hopefully in due course we'll be able to, through the US, I think is going to be the key thing, see some change. As I understand it, the western shores of Lake Huron and Michigan have, and during 2020, had some serious flooding problems. Also, the city of Chicago had waterfront flooding. That hopefully will wake up the US enough that there may be some ways to mitigate this issue or this problem. But I also wanted to go back to your discussion around docks in areas where there's fish habitat and you know, species at risk and et cetera, not species at risk, but areas that are provincially significant. And something that sort of came to me in the last couple of months that I don't know why I never thought of this before, but I just wanted to get your opinion on this. And I guess the way I can demonstrate it or explain it is this, that I'm driving over to meetings at the district in Bracebridge. I've drive through when I'm in the summer months, would drive through the various lakes in district of Muskoka, and often notice if I was going to an early morning meeting or even midday or afternoon meeting that many of the watercraft at the road access residences were at their docks. I'm sure on weekends there's some recreational use, but often the boats were sitting there. And I found that sort of interesting. And it finally came to me that road access waterfront residences use their boats primarily for recreational purposes, whether it's fishing or water skiing or whatever, but not for transportation per se. Very rarely, I would suggest. Whereas on Georgian Bay itself, coastal Georgian Bay, where it's water access, it's a different matter. Docks are basically our driveway, and as such, it's not just recreational use. So I think it's important. I've come to the conclusion that we've got sort of two different uses, in a sense, for docks. One, at a road access residence, if I want to go shopping or visit some friends, I'm often going to get into my motor vehicle, and my driveway becomes my dock. But on Georgian Bay, my driveway is not a dock, or sorry, I don't have a driveway, so I basically have only a dock. So for recreational purposes, but also for a variety of different things, including picking up guests, picking up contractors, visiting others. I get in my boat and go somewhere. So I think it's an important point that might be a distinction that we need to consider within the township of Georgian Bay, that maybe there's two types of uses, and maybe also because of that amount of use, we need to be especially careful on the water access areas because of the amount of use that's there. And so I wondered if you could comment on that, if you've ever noticed that sort of distinction.
I'm well aware of that distinction, particularly right now as I access from Honey Harbour to get up into the Tadnak area with McMaster researchers. We absolutely need to have secure docks, but also floating docks that can move in and out. Water levels fluctuate. I was pleased to see in the Honey Harbour area, some people have installed ramps that take their floating dock out into deep water past wetland vegetation. I think that's a good solution. And you're absolutely right. We are coming and going by motorboats instead of cars. So the traffic is greater than you would probably see per cottage on the inland lakes. We have greater boat traffic. So absolutely, docks have to be sited appropriately away from wetland plants and to not interfere with fish habitat.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I thank Mary for her presentation as well. I really appreciate that. And I think that I'd ask staff to investigate the motions put forward not only by the archipelago, but by the other townships, including Tiny, so we can get a better handle on the best sort of motion if we choose to have one of our own. that combines all facets of what's been discussed and what our concerns are. I'm going to shoulder on to Councillor Cooper's comments about docks and wetlands and significant, environmentally significant wetlands and water levels. So it's more of a Georgian Bay issue or Great Lakes issue as opposed to inland lakes issue. And that is the fact that you got to combine the two in that it's nice to have a floating dock, but if you're in only 2 meters plus of water, then all of a sudden, doesn't matter how long your ramp is, you have a lot of work to do to try and stay, above dry ground. Not to mention, just not stirring up the water below you in the lake bottom. So I think, however we do this, and Mary, this is something that is something you guys can look at, is combining what you know of water levels and what they've done and what their impacts are, along with the impact of having docks. Because in our situation, it's not just that a dock is, in a place that isn't bothering anything. It's what's going to happen in the future if we have these low water levels. So somehow we've got to make sure we combine research you've provided already and Pat Shaw Fraser with already and other knowledge that's already been put in place with regards to docks and disturbances on the lake bottom. We can't have, we got to make sure our planning staff are understanding that when people are requesting dock permits, that water levels have a huge impact on what their docks are going to do in the future, not just now. And somehow we've got to have a benchmark or best practice guidelines for that type of installation. Floating dock is great, but when the water drops 6.5 feet, whatever the heck it is, I've had that experience where my dock is rubbing on the bottom of the lake. And I know that's no benefit to anybody, including me. Anyway, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you. Pat Fraser has wanted to undertake research along these lines. Excuse me. But so far, we've been unable to obtain funding for that specific research. But let me discuss that with her because getting it done specifically for Georgian Bay might be important. I think it would be important. So let me discuss that with her on what kind of input we could provide that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, and thank you, Mary, for your presentation. Very helpful. I find there's great synergies between what you've been talking about today and what Dr. Pat Shaw Fraser talked about last time. I'm looking at the slide right now in our package where you talk about boats and traffic and the impact on boat traffic and issues with fish habitat and wetlands. And one thing that I think might be helpful, so you, and I don't know how you get to it, but you came up with this statistic of 2.5 meters of water depth, and anything above that, you're less likely to be negatively impacting or significantly negatively impacting the bottom and the sediments and things like that. And we have, I think we have a number in our bylaw, and I don't know what the number is off the top of my head, but I'm going to guess it's 2 meters as the depth that you should have at a dock. I'm struggling to figure out how to frame my question, but it's really trying to get at this kind of fact. If your recommendation is 2.5 meters and above, you're having little impact. What is the significance of a 0.5 meter drop or a 1 meter drop in the impact on the bottom and the damage, if you will, to the fish habitat? And then secondly, as you reduce the water levels, what is the horizontal, north, south, east, west kind of impact in the impact of the bottom? And where I'm kind of going with all of this is, it's one thing to say I've got a dock and I'm going to drive my boat in and park at my dock, but presumably, again, depending on water levels, If I'm going forward, if I'm going in reverse, there's going to be a kind of a side-to-side impact. There's going to be a front-to-back impact. And I guess where I'm going here is I love your diagram that you provided. I think it's starting us down this path of better understanding this thing. But if somebody somewhere had mapped out the additional impacts of reduced water levels and the turbulence on the bottom, and then the footprint, if you will, of that, that would, I think, give us, and to Councillor Jarvis's point, give our planning department a clear understanding of the negative impacts that a dock and a fish habitat or a wetland might have. And I think that will be very helpful in ultimately defending our fish habitat and our wetlands. So there's a question in there somewhere, but it was a long ramble. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. You've highlighted what the main concern is here. And I think what needs to happen is bathymetric data via LiDAR imagery needs to be imposed on the Georgian Bay coastline in the township, and along with that, wetland mapping. And basically that 2.5 meter depth should be determined at low water level. And if the water levels come up from that, a floating dock could be moved inland more, but the founding principle of where that dock can be sited should be determined on depth and wetland plant vegetation and water levels. At low water levels, where is there 2.5 meters of depth? And that kind of mapping, Pacho Fraser's lab is capable of producing once that data is available. So I'm happy to have that discussion with her and work together to try and provide that information to the township.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess I just have one inquiry I want to make, and then we'll wind this up. And I want to say thank you very much for your presentation. But I was looking at your chart and where you were comparing the water levels of Michigan Huron to and Georgian Bay to Lake Superior, and then the flows through the St. Mary's River and the St. Clair River. And where I find a little bit confusion is you did note, of course, that last year we had record high levels of water in Georgian Bay. But from what I can tell, the flow through the St. Clair River is more than double the flow through the St. Mary's River. And it seems that over the last number of years, the flow through the St. Clair River has been increasing, whereas the St. Mary's River, while it's got lots of fluctuations, it hasn't sort of had the steady rise. That would have suggested to me, looking at those flows, that our water levels should have been going down the last couple of years instead of going up. So I'm a little bit confused by that. I mean, obviously, it's not the entire explanation.
Those high flows probably should have been even higher. And we need better oversight of the St. Clair River, the changes in the riverbed, the bathymetry. The U.S. Army Corps collected bathymetric data in 2015, again in 2018. They're unable to resolve that data in order to be able to determine what conveyance change has happened in the St. Clair River. So basically, with the extreme high water levels, the flows through the St. Clair River might very well have been much higher if the conveyance change was determined and the riverbed was stabilized. So what it's telling us is this huge variability that's happening in our water levels and the flows in the St. Clair River with basically no oversight. I mean, you realize there's a control board for all of the other connecting channels, and we have nothing. And the U.S. Army Corps, we have regular conference calls with the chief for the Detroit offices. They are well aware of this problem, believe me, and he is scrambling to get out there and get new data. The good news is that Rob Nairn's company, Baird and Associates, have just won a huge contract with the U.S. Army Corps Great Lakes office. He is dismayed that they're unable to collect data that they can use. He said his staff within 2 or 3 weeks would be able to correct any errors in that data. and turn it into something that could be used to determine conveyance change. So we are pleased that he has won that contract, and hopefully they will be retained to take a more serious look at what's happening. So you've raised a very good question, and we need to get answers to this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the bottom line of that is that the St. Clair River is the only not fully controlled conveyance, whereas between all the other lakes it is. And we see this greater fluctuation than they see in the other lakes as a consequence.
Just so you know, locks and control gates were designed for the St. Clair River when the Seaway was designed. We know that the economic and ecological costs of that are huge, but we think that flexible measures plus stabilizing the riverbed needs a serious look.
Okay, well, at least I got a bit of good news. Councilor Cooper, I think I'm going to call it off at this point and move on because we spent a lot of time on this delegation. So I think I'm going to call it one round. But I want to say thank you very much, Ms. Muter, for your presentation. It's been very informative and thought-provoking. And we appreciate your suggestions of some of the things we can do going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Council, with that, our next presentation is from Asha from the Severn Sound Environmental Association. And I think our clerk is doing her bit to call her in. Oh, I see her there.
Hello, everyone.
I'll hand the screen over to you.
Excellent. All right, I'll just share my screen here. Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council, and thank you for the opportunity to present an update on water quality in Honey Harbour. You have some additional slides in your agenda that we won't have time to go through, so please refer to those for further details if necessary. We take on many activities in the township, but the one I'll be discussing today is water quality monitoring. Healthy water is as vital to the ecosystem in this corner of Georgian Bay as it is to the people who spend time enjoying it. Our long-term monitoring programs can help track changes in water quality that might warrant action, as well as supporting the township with planning matters by identifying areas experiencing or sensitive to water quality issues. Just as a reminder of where our Honey Harbour area monitoring sites are in the context of the rest of Severn Sound. So our data collection normally involves bi-weekly sampling over the ice-free period. Last year, COVID-19 restrictions meant a delay in getting on the water until August and lab closures until the fall. We were able to save some samples for when the lab finally reopened, but some of the more time-sensitive analyses, like the nitrogen variables, we weren't able to get analyzed. This table shows long-term trends in nutrient enrichment indicators from 2003 to 2019. I didn't include the 2020 data in this analysis since we weren't able to sample for the whole season, so the annual median value wouldn't be comparable to previous years. In addition to the total phosphorus trends shown here for the upper waters of North Bay and South Bay, we also found that there was no change in bottom water phosphorus in North Bay, but an increase in bottom water phosphorus at South Bay. Overall, water quality in North Bay is holding steady, with deteriorating conditions in South Bay and Honey Harbour related to water clarity and algae growth. Another way to assess water quality conditions is to compare conditions at a particular point in time to long-term average values, or to compare with water quality targets or objectives, such as the Severn Sound Remedial Action Plan targets. In order to put 2019 conditions into context, it's helpful to compare to long-term average conditions for each location. 2019 results showed that total phosphorus was below the Remedial Action Plan, or RAP, target of 50 micrograms per liter or less at all locations except for South Bay, and was better than the long-term average at all locations. Total nitrogen in 2019 was lower than the long-term average at all locations. While there is no RAP target for total nitrogen, values are on the low end of the range that's considered typical of moderately enriched waters, which is about 300 to 600 micrograms per liter. While the RAP target for water clarity, which is 3 meters or greater, was met at the open water station, it was not met at any of the Honey Harbour locations, and clarity was worse in 2019 compared with the long-term average at all locations. Chlorophyll A was lower than the long-term average in North Bay and the open water, and higher in South Bay and Honey Harbour, indicating higher algae abundance. Values at all locations met the RAP target of 5 micrograms per liter or less. The seasonal minimum dissolved oxygen concentration was better than the long-term average at all locations except North Bay. Only the Honey Harbour station met the RAP target for oxygen of 5 milligrams per liter or more. While there was no target for bottom water total phosphorus in particular, you can see that 2019 concentrations were lower than average in North Bay and substantially higher than average in South Bay. Those values were for 2020. We do have enough data to show that. It's worth noting that phosphorus and algae values are higher and water clarity is lower in South Bay than at all other sites. So I just wanted to highlight some 2020 results. I've overlaid 2020 values on top of box plots that show the spread of long-term data for the entire 2-week period around each date. So we saw lower water clarity values at all sites, especially South Bay, and comparable total phosphorus values at all locations, except for a high fall total phosphorus value at South Bay, which was likely due to the unusually high total phosphorus from the bottom waters that mixed up with the upper waters. The graph on the lower left shows some data from a new collaboration with the University of Toronto in 2019 to measure soluble reactive phosphorus, or SRP, which is the form of phosphorus that is most available for plants and algae. Preliminary sampling shows that as a percentage of total phosphorus, the SRP, which is shown in blue on the graph, in North Bay is the lowest compared to all long-term stations across Severn Sound. So meaning that most of the phosphorus is in a particulate form. So this is really interesting information, and we hope to continue this work and include some more samples, particularly from South Bay, for the next time around. Unfortunately, we don't have any results back for 2020 from the provincial lab, so these results are the same as last year, and I'll just skip over this. 2020 marked the first year of our revamped Shore Watch program. So we had 1 volunteer in Upper North Bay and 3 in Gloucester Pool that were collecting measurements of things like temperature, water, wind and water conditions, weather, water clarity, and sort of general observations such as algae and invasive species. Participants reported algae growth on the rocks and sort of in the water, kind of a greenish color, and lower clarity, and so you can see in the graphs that are shown here, along with some erosion impacts from boats. So you can check out the full report on our website. And just to mention briefly our other citizen science program, which is Ice Spotters, and we had 1 volunteer in Lower North Bay. So just kind of looking at the date of ice on and ice off. So we didn't have enough data for this particular location to discern a trend, but generally across the Severn Sound watershed, there has been a slight trend towards earlier ice off, which could have implication as far as extending the nuisance plant and algae growing seasons. Unfortunately, due to COVID, our algae taxonomist hasn't been able to deliver 2019 or 2020 results yet, but we're told they're coming soon. So these results haven't changed since the last time I presented to Council last year, but just as a reminder that past monitoring has shown the amount of algae, as well as the blue-green portion in particular, has been increasing at South Bay and Honey Harbour. And we know that there are blue-green algae blooms deeper in South Bay, so around 5 and 7 meters, but we still haven't had any reports of surface blue-green blooms anywhere around the Honey Harbour area. So just to reiterate some of the ecosystem stresses that are ongoing, so things that include warmer water temperatures, as shown in the lower graph there, and also changes that we've been seeing in the zooplankton community. So these are little invertebrates that live in the water column and can really influence algae growth. So our recent samples have shown that a lack of some of the larger zooplankton grazers that can really help keep algae in check are not as present as they used to be. So some positive actions that the township can take can include things like implementing a robust septic inspection program, working with waterfront businesses in sensitive areas, particularly places like South Bay, on reducing nutrient inputs and helping us promote our citizen science programs, and also just supporting long-term monitoring in general. So some things that we have on the go for 2021 in terms of the water quality includes continuing our open water monitoring as soon as we're allowed marina access. We're also intending on partnering with Georgian Bay Forever to do some intensive monitoring with their UAV and working on completing the report on non-residential water quality targets as per council direction. We've also been asked by the province to review our water chemistry sampling program in order to cut back on lab load. So this has the potential to affect programs that are shown with the asterisks here. This will be a good opportunity for us to revisit where and when we sample to sort of maximize efficiency in terms of lab load and make sure that we're meeting the objectives of each sampling program. So we'll keep the township updated on that process as it proceeds. So some highlights of our monitoring results includes that conditions are deteriorating in South Bay and to a lesser degree the open Honey Harbour area, but seem to be fairly stable in North Bay. While there is some concern about the increasing amount of blue-green algae in South Bay, most of the blooms are deeper in the water column and so far have not led to any surface blooms. And we do believe there are some positive steps that the township can take with support from the SSEA to help sort of deal with some of the nutrient issues in South Bay. So I'd like to wrap up and say thank you for your time and your support in this work. And I've also provided a list here of some of the recent publications concerning water quality that can be found on our website. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I must commend you on all your efforts to keep it within 10 minutes. Just about made that, so well done. Council, any questions on the report presented to you? Oh, there's a pause, and then suddenly Councillor Jarvis followed by Councillor Cooper.
Isha, one of your charts indicates, I'm looking at the Honey Harbour waters, not North-South Bay, but you can include everything. At times you're showing relatively good water, low levels of nitrogen and phosphorus, but lousy clarity. So can you give me an explanation? I mean, obviously phosphorus and nitrogen aren't themselves indicators of water clarity. So what's the water, what isn't it, what helps or makes water clarity an issue? What are the consequences, I guess? And what causes it, the low clarity, and what are the consequences?
Thanks. Through your worship. So essentially, clarity in the Honey Harbour area is related to potentially three things, depending on where exactly you are. So related to algae growth or sediment resuspension. So particularly in really shallow areas where there might be a lot of boat traffic, storm-induced resuspension of sediment. And then finally, the amount of dissolved organic carbon. So that's kind of the tea color that you see. So if you're in an area that has kind of higher wetland inputs, then you would see higher tea color, which can just sort of affect how deep we can see down into the water. So the one that we're particularly concerned about would be the algae one. And generally that is tied to the level of nutrients that are in the water, but there's also a temperature factor in there as well. And so there's been research done across Northern Ontario, actually, where they've looked at lakes that actually have no human input whatsoever. And because of climate change and increasing temperature, they're actually seeing not only algae growth, but even blooms that are tied sort of specifically to that temperature signal. So it's kind of a combination of the two. We're definitely seeing increased water temperatures across the whole region. So that may be a factor that's just sort of out of our control, and definitely the nutrient factor as well as far as the total phosphorus. which, you know, in South Bay has been trending down for the last, say, 5 years or so. But the overall trend, kind of since our monitoring program began, has been up, and same at our Honey Harbour location.
And just a follow-up question, if it's all right, Mr. Mayor. And that is with regards to deep water algae growth. Is that by itself have an impact on the upper level water quality? In other words, I know that if you have blue-green algae on the surface, it's advised that people not go near the water and pets don't go near the water. But if you have that type of algae growth deep down, are the consequences the same, or would you have to wait till things literally surface before it becomes dangerous?
Yeah, that's a good question. So really, it's more of an issue if it either comes to the surface or if it's at a level depth where people who might be using the lake for drinking water or any other kind of domestic uses, that might be an issue. So I mean, generally 5 meters, that's pretty deep, and people may not be drawing from that depth. But if they were, then I would suggest you know, making sure that you have some really high quality treatment processes in place, or, you know, definitely not drinking that water. So, and this is kind of the deepest location in South Bay that we're seeing this as well. So if people are taking their household water from closer to shore, then it's likely not, that algae growth is probably not extending that far in, because it does like to be at this particular species that we see likes to hang out kind of at a deeper depth, and they don't tend to come to the surface very often.
And then just want to follow up on that. So we don't totally understand the origins of this deep water algae growth, do we?
I mean, it is likely related to, so there's very high total phosphorus in the bottom waters of South Bay. So it does go anoxic down at the bottom waters, and that sort of feeds, you know, releases phosphorus from the lake sediment. And so that phosphorus is likely what's feeding these particular growths deeper down. And it's interesting that we don't see that in North Bay. There's a different type of algae that dominates there, and it's not blue-green, which is great.
But do we understand the origins of that phosphorus?
I mean, it's likely sort of a buildup over time that has occurred, and likely related to some of the land use practices around South Bay. So it is quite, as you know, quite heavily developed.
Yeah.
So likely over time that has sort of contributed to the rise in that bottom water phosphorus. To an extent, you know, these concentrations are somewhat natural, but it's the increase that we're kind of keeping an eye on.
Great.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and Aisha, thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple of quick questions. I wondered if you could go to the slide that shows the locations in Severn Sound where you do the water testing.
Sure, I'll just go back here. You see that there?
Yeah, so I wanted to see the one, I
Oh,
think
no,
it's
sorry. Yeah, that's the wrong
number
one.
5, I think.
Yep, there we go.
So just for clarification, so just to understand, so in Penetang, there's one primary test site and 3 additional test sites, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Just as an example, in Midland, there's one primary plus 2 additionals. So it looks like.
So
And-
yeah, Midland, I would say there's sort of the 2 closer to shore, and then the offshore M5 is more of a reference kind of site, and same with P4 is sort of our open water reference site.
And Port McNichol 2 and so forth and so on. And so in the township of Georgian Bay, where is the primary test site? Long-term station. Is that the one in Port Severn? Because it's not the same kind of dot. So I was kind of curious about that. That was my first part of that question.
Yep. Yeah, so I can address as far as it being a long-term site. So basically we define those as the original sites that were monitored even prior to Severn Sound being listed as an area of concern. So that monitoring started through the Ministry of Environment back in the late 60s. So those are very, very long-term sites. And so for the Honey Harbour area, there was some data collected through the district of Muskoka in the 80s. So we do have a bit of historical data there. But then our SSEA monitoring started in Honey Harbour area in 1998. Those are still the 3 sites up in your area are still kind of what we consider a fairly long-term site, but just not quite as the length of data set as the other Severn Sound sites. And that's just sort of the history of that monitoring program.
But I was just trying to determine within the township of Georgian Bay, we have, it looks like 1 permanent site in Port Severn, and then 3 additional sites that were requested for Honey Harbour, and there's an additional charge for those particular sites. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there's no testing in the rest of the township of Georgian Bay. Just wanted to clarify that. The second thing I wanted to ask you about, you were talking about South Bay, and obviously, I think South Bay is shallower than, for example, North Bay, as I understand it. So that
Yes,
may have some influence, but as you pointed out, development has had there's an impact there for sure. I'd like you to comment on the influence of human activity, and particularly things like docks and fish habitat and that kind of thing. What sort of impact are vessels having on the plant life on the bottom of South Bay, and how we could maybe help remediate some of that, because it is, after all, Severn Sound is sort of a remediation program. And what are your thoughts in terms of remediating?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, lots of good thoughts there. And so I guess as far as the fish habitat component, we have done some fish habitat work up in that area. And I think that information is, some of it is available on our website. But yeah, we have a lot of information that was collected up there that we need, some extra support in sort of really delving into what it's showing us. And so what we're able to do, and we've done around the Oak Bay area, is sort of produce habitat suitability maps. And so what these maps can show is, based on kind of the sediment type and the vegetation that we see, what areas are have the highest potential for good fish habitat. And so those might be areas that we can focus on a bit more as far as prioritizing restoration activities. But really it kind of comes down to educating the landowners and the public on the importance of fish habitat and the importance of choosing docks that are as less disruptive as possible. So whether that be a pipe dock, if someone's going to go with a fixed type structure, or a floating dock, which would be ideal and kind of more adaptable to water levels as well. One thing that we're looking at, hopefully for next summer, is partnering with Watersheds Canada. So they have what's called a Love Your Lake program. And so it's a voluntary program where people can sign up to have sort of a waterfront view assessment done of their property. So you essentially kind of drive around the shoreline and take a look at, just from what you can see from the boat, what their shoreline conditions are like, and sort of make recommendations on an individual property scale. And so that's something that we could look at for a place like South Bay in particular. So it really kind of comes down to working with the township to help educate property owners on what sort of things that they can do. But and I think you had a question as regarding boats as well, and some of the impacts that both those things have. And so one thing that we definitely see in the Honey Harbour area is the impact of wakes, and especially some of these larger wake boats whose, the sole purpose is really to create a huge wake, and the erosion that can cause can be quite destructive. So there, it's sort of a matter of looking at what the guidelines should be as far as distance back from the water, and where some of those no wake zones are. So that could be something that gets looked at again. I hope I touched on all your questions there.
Hey, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hazelton.
I think you're muted.
Okay, we'll start again. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to focus on a different topic here. You talked about the citizen science in Severn Sound, and you talked about some of the observations that are being collected. We'll call it anecdotal observations. I can offer, if I could, that there is a general understanding from most people in our communities, North Bay, South Honey Harbour, etc., that there is a massive amount of algae growth now and over the last couple of years compared to 5 or 10 years ago. And there is a significant additional growth of aquatic vegetation. And my concern is when you provide reports saying that the phosphorus that is residual in the water column isn't changing very much, what I don't see is the balance of where did all that phosphorus go, because we know that the algae and the plant growth is dramatically increasing, and we know that those consume phosphorus, and therefore one assumption one might make is, well, the reason why it's not in the water column is because it's been aggressively consumed by the algae and the aquatic vegetation. And so reporting that the water column algae, or sorry, the water column phosphorus isn't changing, when we have this other observation that you've also reported on, gives us, I think, an unbalanced feeling safe, but probably we shouldn't feel safe or comfortable that we're okay, because it sounds to me like our water quality is going down very badly, but it's not being visible in the types of testing that you're doing. So if you're testing phosphorus in the water column and you're not finding it, but you're seeing massive aquatic vegetation and algae growth, well, we know that the phosphorus has gone there. So how do we get a balanced perspective? Because my fear is North Bay, South Honey Harbour, and all of the other areas of Honey Harbour where we have limited flush, where it behaves more like a lake than it does Georgian Bay, and the open waters of Georgian Bay. My fear is that we are on the verge of a crisis. We're already hearing we have low-level blue-green algae. I'm just terrified that tomorrow we're going to wake up and have surface level blue-green algae blooms, because we're not presenting, in my opinion, the complete balance. We're acknowledging that there's this massive algae and aquatic vegetation growth, but we're not explaining what is going on. And to Councillor Cooper's point, we know South Bay is a disaster and getting worse. And Severn Sound started off as this remedial action program. How do we stop, I think, consoling ourselves that things are okay with one data point when the complete picture is quite different?
Yeah, that you raise a really good point, and that's sort of the reason that we continue to do the algae sampling in particular and the chlorophyll sampling. So our nutrient concentrations might be saying one thing, that levels are stable, going up, going down, but like you said, we have this sort of amount of growth out there that's tying up some of those nutrient resources, absolutely. And so that's why we have those biological indicators that can show us, what the ecosystem is actually doing in terms of productivity. So when we see chlorophyll increasing, or if we see the amount of algae increasing, then we know that there is a response to the amount of nutrient enrichment that's out there. So absolutely, to your point, that's it's maybe something that we need to change as far as our messaging. But for sure, that's why some of those biological indicators are there. And then to the second part of your comment or question, As far as some of the remedial actions, for sure, so in South Bay, we're kind of hoping to help some of the local businesses there, to look at what they're maybe putting into the embayment, and finding ways to address some of those nutrient sources. And so that's something that I think we can work with the township to work on some of that messaging.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to say, I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to say thank you very much for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated. And I think as the councillors have observed, we should be carefully considering taking some further actions to try to save our bays, if I can put it that way. Thank you very much. Appreciate your
Great.
presentation.
Thank you all. Take care.
Okay. I now have in front of me the resolution in regards to the consent agenda. So I think I will ask if there's any items on the consent agenda that anybody would like to see removed so that we can address them. Councillor Jarvis, I see your hand.
Yeah, item 5B, the action tracker. Talk about that. And 5K, the Miners Bay parking.
Councillors, any other items? Okay, so I'm going to go move by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council adopts the consent agenda of May 10th, 2021 as amended to exclude items 5B, the council action items tracker, and 5K, operations report 2021-09 on Miners Bay parking. All those in favor? All right, that is carried as amended. Thank you. So I think the next logical thing to do is that we look at item 5B, the council action items tracker. So I guess I'm going to ask Ms. Way, whether you or Ms. Gunby or who would like to speak to that, and Councillor Jarvis, did you have a particular question you'd like?
Yeah, I do just have one specific question on the action tracker. I guess it's great to have it, by the way. I think it's lovely to see it. But then again, I guess of course, it brings up questions. The first item was the subscription weather forecasting service, and the resolution listed listed within the resolution. It states, and that the Township of Georgian Bay requests the District of Muskoka to obtain a subscription for the weather forecasting service for all area municipalities. I see status on this whole thing as closed. Does that mean we have access to that subscription from the district, or what is our status with that? That was my question on that one. Should be pretty simple.
My understanding is that we made the request. So staff followed direction, we made the request. And I don't know if we received a response or no response, but I believe the answer is no.
I guess it's great to have the action tracker, but if it just goes like it's closed and then no, and we don't even hear about it, were we going to hear that we're big at some point? Was somebody going to tell us that the response was no to this?
I don't know. That's not my department to respond to. Perhaps the CEO Gumby can respond.
Question.
No, we just close everything up and then never tell you anything again.
There you go. Yeah.
No, Brad, I'm assuming is, I don't know if it was clerk's staff or Brad's staff that sent the request to the district, but as the clerk pointed out, we haven't heard a response yet, so there's nothing to report back at this time.
Oh, so we haven't been given a response of no. We just haven't had a response yet.
Correct.
Okay. Because as I recall, if we were going to do this on our own, there was going to be it was like $5,000 or something goofy like that for the subscription. It's pretty substantial, wasn't it?
Brad wrote the report and he's not turning his camera on to speak to this. There he is.
Sorry, I'm having issues.
Aren't we all?
Through the mayor, you're right. I believe it was $6,000 a year. So for now, we're just continuing to use what's available for free, and we're printing off those every day.
Oh, okay. So it's a status quo for the moment, and hoping that something comes through from the district, I guess, is where we're at, or else you'll come back to us to talk about it further.
Through the mayor, we're trying to, through some of the other municipalities as well, persuade the district to just get a full subscription for all of us.
Certainly makes sense to me.
Yeah, and those discussions are ongoing.
Okay, thank you. That was
Councilor Cooper.
Just while we have Brad here, I seem to recall this discussion, and as I recall, the district has that service, and wasn't it one of the municipalities was also piggybacking on the district service? Maybe it was Gravenhurst, I think. And really what we're asking for is the same treatment. Is that not correct?
Through the mayor, I don't remember if it's Bracebridge or Gravenhurst, but they have one site in their municipality. And actually, we have one in our municipality that the district is subscribed to, so we are using that. But it's right in the middle of the township, and I think we're all aware of how variable the weather is across the townships. So we are looking to get 2 or 3 sites, Honey Harbour, Port Severn, and Mactier.
Okay. So then the resolution I have in front of me would be moved by Councilor Jarvis, seconded by Councilor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receives the council action items tracker for informational purposes only. Councilor Hazelton.
Sorry, I thought we were only discussing that one item that Councillor Jarvis brought up, and I did want to ask a couple more questions if I could.
Certainly.
So the resolution included some additional items in additional columns, such as the next target date, and I guess what I'm gathering, or what I'm going to suggest here, is based on Councillor Jarvis's comments. We saw in the status column closed, but there really is another target date of communication of information, and I think it would be useful to know what that next step is, or to embed that in the notes or something, because as we saw from Councillor Jarvis's comments, that we didn't really have a full closed loop story on that particular resolution. So if I could ask that we follow through with what, a next step target date as another column. So that's one request, if I could. The other is, so I'm delighted to see this in this agenda item. I was told that I shouldn't expect it this month, and so I didn't get my hopes up. But I will offer that that there are many resolutions that I have found in our last couple of years of council, where council have directed staff to follow through on items, and from my perspective, from things that I can find, we haven't had a disposition or a closing, if you will, on those items. And so I'm not going to bring any of those up today. And I was told that I was certainly free to send in my list. But I think what we ultimately need to work on here is a completely comprehensive list that includes everything. And I think, having a status of closed is interesting, but without a note indicating what closed means that might sit in the notes column, we really are missing, I think, important information. So I think that was highlighted by Councillor Jarvis's comment, and I'll just leave it at that. I will provide my research to staff, and next month we can review an updated, probably longer list. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try again. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council receives the council action items tracker for informational purposes. All those in favor? All right, and that is carried. Thank you. And then we go on to which one was it? Operations Miners Bay parking.
Okay.
Councillor
Page
Jarvis.
16.
Got it. Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, I just, in follow up to all this, I know we had quite a discussion with Brad. I hope he's still with us. A couple meetings back, and there is obviously going to be significant amounts of money needed to be spent to remedy what's going on at Miners Bay. And quite frankly, having been there, understand the complications and the way things are going. But I'm very, very concerned that as things currently stand, any purchase of the property, even the application for that purchase, could take 2 to 3 years to process. We're planning on spending money, I expect, on this, yet we would be spending it on property that we may never, ever own. And that concerns me significantly. I know they've given us some, MNRF has advised that it's likely we will get the ownership. They have not put that on paper, and it seems to me they are unwilling to do so at this time. Is it wise to be spending money on something? I know it's a critical issue, but how do we justify spending money on something we don't own? I guess is my question.
Mr. Sokash.
I was hoping you're going to pick somebody else.
Oh, after you, we can always pick our CAO.
Yeah, sure. Let's go to Jess.
I guess there won't be a guarantee that we'll own the property in 2 to 3 years. I can attempt to get something in writing that to help reassure council, but I'm sure they won't be able to make a firm commitment because this has to go through the legislature, as I understand it. And when we come forward in the next meeting or two, perhaps that can be further fleshed out, and council can give us some direction based on whatever we can find out.
Councillor Cooper.
Aside from this ownership issue, this looks like a very costly project, and I'm sort of getting the impression that this district's going to pay for it, but they're really not. It will end up paying for it. So I'd need to know that, but or would like to understand that. Also, in having had discussions with Commissioner Yon and Director of Solid Waste, Stephanie Mack, it is my understanding that unmanned bin sites are the highest problematic area we have with solid waste in the Township of Georgian Bay and in Muskoka. And this may end up being a manned bin site. And if that's the case, it's really a transfer station. And if it's a transfer station, we're adding another transfer station to the Township of Georgian Bay. So is this going to be manned? Are we paying all the bills? And even if the district says they're paying for it, isn't that bill just going to come back to us anyway? And finally, if that's the case, then I guess we're going to have to do the same thing for every marina within our township. So there's we've already set a precedent here. And then we got to start thinking about, well, if we've done it for Miners Bay, let's start doing it elsewhere. So those are some pretty big questions that aren't easy to answer, Brad, but they need to be figured out. Thank you.
Mr. Sokash.
Through the mayor, This work, the area that the district is looking at for the waste bins is actually outside of the parking expansion area. At least the last draft I saw, or it may end up on private property. So this project will have little impact from the garbage or from the waste management project that the district is undertaking. This is primarily to deal with the lack of parking for residents as well as visitors, and to deal with better access to the launch ramp.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Brad, for the report. I think everybody's put some really good, valid questions up there, but unfortunately, I think when we're dealing with different levels of government and various entities of government, it's not always in the right order. So I do believe that we've established that this is a necessity for the amount of traffic that goes through this particular area. And hopefully we can get some questions answered to satisfy some of the questions that have come up today. I'm hoping that people are really looking at this seriously, because we have one serious problem that is only getting worse. But I just wanted to say thank you for your report. I think it's appropriate at this time, as much information as you can give us, and hopefully the M&R will give you some sort of feedback on the property to help the councillors understand that they probably will, but you know, it's not always, sometimes the cart comes before the horse, unfortunately, with what we're doing. Thank you for your report.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask Brad a question here. So you're talking about additional expansion. My understanding, I think, is that this is all for public parking. And if it's public parking and there will be parking fees levied for this, can you give us an idea of what the kind of the business plan is on, we know what kind of the target investment is. What do you expect the revenue stream to be? And will we ever come close to recouping the investment? Or perhaps you could just answer that, and I have a follow-up after that. Thank you.
Sure. Through the mayor, I guess the most similar project we had was the Honey Harbour paid parking lot, which that's Port Severn Park. Sorry, Port Severn paid parking at Port Severn Park. And that project was put in place in order to ensure that our residents have parking, so they have passes, and then we charge for anybody that's visiting, and that's generating about $20,000 to $23,000 a year in fees. And in this case, I would expect it would be on the order of that as well. So I think that would be the low end for this, but we don't have surveys of the traffic that comes in, where those people come from, what percentage would be paying, what percentage would be eligible for passes.
Okay, thank you. So this is not intended to be a pass type structure like Port Severn. This is intended to be a fully paid parking process?
Through the mayor, my understanding is it was intended to be like Port Severn, where there would be passes available for people on the lake who are eligible. We would have to discuss this further with council if passes just go to people on the lake, or if they go to anybody that lives in the township. And then people who aren't eligible for passes would have paid parking.
So that's interesting. So what we're, I think, saying is we're going to fund out of the township coffers essentially a private parking lot for one area, and we're not going to charge them. That causes me a little concern. The other question I had, though, is really it's a tangent, but just to kind of put it in perspective here. And again, I'm not begrudging the massive investment that was done for the Honey Harbour Waterfront program, but we all know now that parking somehow didn't get done. And And so we have a massive problem with parking. Every vendor, every business in the hamlet of Honey Harbour are all terrified of the impacts to their tiny
Councillor
little.
Hazelton, are we getting off topic?
No, I'm not.
Then please bring it back to the Miners Bay parking fairly quickly.
Okay. So we have this massive parking challenge at the Honey Harbour waterfront program. And I'm concerned that if we as a township are going to start investing in pockets of private parking for certain communities, that we're going to set a bad example where perhaps every area and almost every area will have the need, but every area will then be coming to us and saying, well, we have a really serious parking problem. We can't accommodate all the people that need to come to our communities. And therefore, we would like the township to go out and buy a chunk of land from M&R and build out at significant cost. And based on what you just told me, Brad, if we're dealing 25K a year, how many years is that to recoup 400K investment? I'm concerned that we are entertaining some massive costs here, and an idea that I had put forth previously is perhaps the solution here at Miners Bay is for the township to broker a relationship.
Councillor Hazelton, again, I think we're getting off topic. And the reason I say that is even though it's directly what you're saying is about this, that is in front of council now is not we have not yet received the report of the revised costing estimates that the engineers are going to give us, nor do we have on our agenda today to discuss how we were going to collect fees or even if we're going to go ahead. Because I think it's important that on this report, it said an updated report would be brought to council for reconsideration, or sorry, for consideration. So I don't think we should go down that road too far today because really it's not on our agenda today.
Well, with all due respect, Mayor, what I'm trying to get at is the path of this report and the strategy is to establish a private parking area and do all the things that we've already talked about, when in fact, what could be considered here is brokering a relationship with the marina at Miners Bay and M&R, where M&R would essentially enable the land access, whatever the right terminology is, like lease use, whatever. But then Miners Bay could be responsible for the parking, could collect fees for it, could compensate M&R for the land over time, and we wouldn't be entertaining this private parking township funded process. And I think that is an extremely important concept, because if we open the door here, I can guarantee you every other area in our township that have parking challenges, and there are many of them, will be banging on our doors to say, here, fund me, fund me, fund me. So I think it is an extremely important point as we think about this. It doesn't interfere with.
I think you've made your point.
Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, just to get back to the reason why this was pulled from the consent agenda. Brad, is it possible for you in your dealings with the MNRF that if a purchase is going to fall off of the table, that there's a backup plan of a long-term lease with the MNR on this property for what I believe to be a public parking space, not a private parking space, as Councillor Hazelton was referring to. I don't see what's private about a publicly owned parking space. But perhaps, Brad, you could look into a lease agreement if they're not willing to sell the property. Thank you.
Through the mayor, that was my thought as well when this question came up, just some suspenders to assist if there is a problem with the land transfer. We do have a long-term lease.
Thank you, Brad.
Okay, I see no more hands. So what I have here now is Councillor Cooper.
Just briefly that this isn't off topic, but publicly subsidized, Township of Georgian Bay subsidized parking, we could all be asking for that. So I think to the point that's been raised by Councillor Hazelton is valid. This is a precedent. We need to remember that as we're considering this in the future. Thank you.
Well, I want to make clear, it's not that I didn't think that the point I didn't think the point was invalid. However, it's not what we have on our agenda to discuss today. And I know it will be coming in front of us sometime in the future. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I think the idea of getting a lease as an option is a great idea. Brad, if you look into that for us, that would be appreciated. And just, I'm sure this will obviously come back when we'll discuss it. We already have a park that's got paid parking in Port Severn, which is a public parking, which has passes for the residents. So this is not setting any precedents whatsoever. Thank you.
All right, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council receives a report entitled Miners Bay Parking Update for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Next on our list is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. And that is in regards to be it resolved the council adopts the regular agenda of May 10th, 2021. I'm going to say as amended because I believe there was at least one addition that wanted to be made. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor. I provided an additional resolution that I would like to have added. I provided that to our clerk earlier today. I'll just read the resolution briefly. There's obviously a report that goes along with it, but it's asking council to direct staff to research and provide us a report for council to consider regarding short-term rentals. And we have all received communication directly from at least one resident expressing a concern on and an interest in understanding our short-term rental positions. So I would like to have that added to the agenda, please.
I suggest we add it under new business as item E. So 10E.
Short-term rentals.
Short-term rentals. Any other additions or concerns about the agenda? So I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts a regular agenda May 10th, 2021 as amended to include 10E short-term rentals. All those in favor? And that is carried. And the first item on our list is communications from each of you. And I'm going to start with Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Really, because of the COVID-19 protocols, there hasn't been a lot going on in my ward. For the most part, I think my constituents are following provincial orders and staying in place. I've had a lot of calls about what launch ramps are open, what launch ramps are closed, and basically the response is that our launch ramps are open for use to get access to your residence, but the province has recommended no pleasure boating. So that's been my standard answer to everyone who's commented on that. I have been in contact with a few marina owners about their concerns about reopening and the flip-flopping that the provincial government has been doing, costing them immense amounts of money where the province says you're closing down and they let their employees go elsewhere on loan. And then the province says open up. So they bring the employees back into their fold, only to find out that they're closed down again. And now these employees are being left with no work. So there's a lot of issues at the provincial level, and I'm having to answer for the province, which I don't like to do. But all in all, pretty quiet on the municipal front in my ward. A lot of questions about what this council is doing, because a few people are watching and are very discouraged by what they see and hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And, you know, very much a typical month with our usual meetings at the district, et cetera. Since we last met, I've attended a number of different meetings and continue to examine some very high level concerns, particularly as it has to do with solid waste and trying to figure out or help to figure out what we can do out on coastal Georgian Bay regarding that particular issue, but also in the township of Georgian Bay. As we know, unmanaged bin sites are the key issue for us, so we need to remember that. Really nothing in addition to that, other than some special meetings we've had for council, which have been interesting. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Again, for me, the usual stuff, committee of adjustment and SegBay. SegBay was interesting in that the association has brought in some new members, which is always nice to hear that they are continuing to bring in new people despite what's going on COVID-wise. There were questions. One in particular was with regards to the launch ramp at Big Chute. I was able to furnish information that had been provided through our staff on that one to them. But generally, that was actually quite a nice. I quite enjoy those meetings, as a matter of fact. Other than that, a couple of GBLT, GBBR webinars that have been very interesting to participate in, whether they're shipwrecks on the Georgian Bay or native species planning recommendations, or there was a great one on the underwater ecology of Blackstone Lake, which I thought was quite interesting. Other than that, most people reporting that with water levels down, issues with regards to shoreline damage, dock damage don't seem to be as big a situation as previous couple of years. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor, excuse me, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Well, basically, I'm similar to the rest of the councillors. It's a little quiet with the COVID. We're not able to attend a few, various items. I'm getting a lot of questions also in regards to our boat ramps and the marinas. Very confusing messaging coming back and forth. However, I'm trying to stay in my lane. We don't control what the province puts out. It is very confusing, though, I will say that, for our marina owners. Also, I'm dealing with quite a few phone calls from our constituents in this regard, but also I'm pleased to see that a lot of people are now tuning in, excuse me, to our meetings, which is very encouraging. It sort of helps put in perspective some of the things that are going on. Similar to Councillor Bochek, I'm getting some feedback with some disappointment on what they're seeing in council. So I think overall it's it's great that we've got more people watching. It sort of brings to the attention for those people that at one point in their life wanted to come up to the cottage and sit on the dock. Times are changing. They're spending more time at the cottage now. And they are becoming more interested in how we actually run this township. So that's good news for all of us, actually. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I'll start off and say that it seems that my life has been a little different from what I'm hearing from others. It has been an extremely busy month. The need to be visible and keep track of some of the things that are going on in the community, such as the LPAT hearing on Thursday, the 22nd. Simultaneously on the same day, there was the judicial review that took place on that day. Again, neither of those have had outcomes, but certainly there is an enormous amount of communication going on with the people in the community. I have to observe very different outcomes as well. I'm delighted to report that I'm having many members in my community reaching out and thanking me for taking action and helping to represent their interests. So they are delighted with that activity. They're not so much delighted with some of the decisions that are being made elsewhere, but they're delighted with that. Further active watching, not participation, but active watching of the Honey Harbour CAG, and keeping an idea of what's keeping track of what's going on there. To do what else? Yeah, I've been getting, as some others have reported, comments about waste management. And I think I've reported previously that I boat out of Nautilus, and their bin site is still not operative. And they have had to circulate a message to their member community about some of the challenges that disrespectful people have and the actions that they have had with respect to this waste. But I also repeat what one of my neighbors said, who does not go out of the Nautilus or boat club area, who said that he happened to show up at a garbage bin site, and the district of Muskoka were there, and they told him he couldn't put his garbage in the bin site, and he had to go to a transfer site, even though the district was there and supposedly getting the bin sites ready. And his comment to me was, and I've heard this from others in the community elsewhere in the township as well, that the residents are so frustrated that they feel like they're just going to drive down the highway and throw the garbage out the window. It's all government land, so government can clean it up. Well, clearly that's not something we want them doing, but I find it hard to believe that our township cannot put pressure on the district to open up these bin sites that are desperately needed by the early opening of access to these properties way earlier than last year. And yet the district can't seem to figure out how to tell the bin site lift companies to start their pickups. So a lot of frustration on that front, but again, very busy and lots of communication with the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've also had a very busy month, and I got a long list of meetings, and I'm sure you're not interested in most of them, but they include, various things in our area. I'm trying to highlight a few things. As you'll hear later on, the Honeybee Festival planning continues. Had an interesting, very constructive meeting with some of the folks from Moose Deer in regards to right-of-ways property, the shore road allowances and road allowances, and how we're going to try to handle those in the future. April 22nd was Earth Day, and I attended a number of seminars, including one put on by Sustain Muskoka with Diane Sachs. I found those very interesting, and it helps, in my mind, keep a certain perspective on the challenges we face the longer term. And on the 23rd, I got to hear from Premier Ford and about all their plans in regards to vaccination. I'm afraid I didn't find it overly informative outside what I've already heard from various other sources. I think it's one of us should note, so I will note on behalf of all of us, for anybody watching now, that the council had a couple special sessions that were closed, which was basically midterm training, and I think they were quite interesting and hopefully quite useful as we go forward. I've been also working with the district on their land acknowledgement statement, and I find that rewarding work. And what you've heard me read this morning was a version of what I think the district will end up using in the future. Met on the 7th with regards to OPP detachment boards. Interesting, somewhat challenging situation from a township point of view, in that they weren't able to answer whether or not the Marine Patrol were part of what the future detachment. And I explained to them that, well, 50% of our 50% of our residents roughly will get their services by Marine, because they're certainly not going to get them by cruiser. And so it gave them a little bit of homework to do. And I'm not sure quite where that's going to end up, because of course we're in the situations that we're served by 2 detachments. And our relationship with the OPP is managed by the district, not by us. And just like I also have heard complaints about the garbage, again, managed by the district, not by us, but we get to hear the complaints, which is quite understandable. And I think that's enough from me for now. CEO Gunby, what would you like to add?
Morning. The only thing I have to add today is that I'm currently working on booking some delegations with ministers at AMO in August. So I have a list of concerns that I want to bring up, but by way of this, I'm just going to ask council if there's anything specific that you would like us to book to discuss. Just send me an email about that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and don't disappear too long, because the next item on our agenda, I believe, is yours. And now to go into staff reports, the CEO report 2021-05.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So just to quickly summarize this report, we do not have a dedicated receptionist / cashier at the moment. So we are looking for council direction to, I guess, recreate that job, because it did exist quite a few years ago. There used to just be one person sitting at the front for mainly customer service. And then maybe about 9-10 years ago, they put 4 frontline employees at the front counter, all from different departments. So they all have their own role to fulfill. So we are hoping that if council does approve this, that will greatly increase our customer service capabilities. It will free up the time for the other 4 staff members who aren't technically receptionists per se. And then we can have someone dedicated to answer the main line. And this person would also be inputting all of the complaints / work orders into Town Suites, the program that we've been telling you about. So that one person will be in charge of tracking all of the things that come in and sending out the tickets to the appropriate staff member to look after that matter.
All right, thank you. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you, Ms. Gumby. This is I think probably a very good idea. I'm just curious, in the current situation, I know I read the report and I may have overlooked it. How would a receptionist handle calls in the current, with things the way they're currently stand? Would they be taking all calls that come in and then shooting them out to the appropriate staff person, or what would their function be in the current circumstances?
We would have this person in the office to make sure that the phone is answered immediately, and not, right now people call in maybe once every hour to check all the messages and return all their calls or forward them to the appropriate person. But this person would be in the office.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, CAO Gunby. I just, for reference, could you explain to me with this addition how many employees, full-time employees we have at the township, or equivalents, I guess, full-time and equivalents? Thank you.
I do not have that number handy. I know the mayor asked HR around Christmas time how many full-time staff there were, and I cannot remember the number. I think it was 32.
Like upper 30s in my memory, but no, okay. I can't bring it straight to mind either.
Under 40.
Thank you. So somewhere with this addition around 40.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Whoops. Any other questions? I just going to add that I think that what I appreciated seeing with this is that this individual would be responsible, almost like the gatekeeper, and getting the system into the town suite, and that we would have a way of in the future reporting how many calls were received, how many were responded to, and all that. And I think that's an important part of our of managing our office.
Mm-hmm.
So I have moved by Councillor Douglas and seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council directs staff to post for a full-time permanent receptionist cashier position, and that the hourly wage of $2077-24.43 after probation plus benefits for 2021 be taken from the COVID-19 funding by the province supplied to the township to assist with its operations, and from 2022 on be included in the budget. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, and that is carried. I'm going to suggest that we do the one more report for the CAO report, and then take a 10-minute break. And then before we get into Ms. Boutiette's section. So CAO Gunby, CAO review process. Apparently we have to evaluate your performance.
Well, it's been some time since I've had a review. So I'm hoping that with this resolution, if council is supportive of it, I know it was brought up at previous reviews and even in council meetings, is that there used to be a committee that would join together with a third party to sort of hammer out the details of the review, and the third party would control the review by, sending out surveys and collecting the information and whatnot. But it was just, I think it would be more effective to have that committee back with the mayor and 2 members of council, just to make sure that it operates the way it should. And I would prefer not to have anything to do with it, because I feel it's kind of strange that I'm hiring someone to do my own review. So I'm leaving it, hopefully, if this gets passed, with the members of council to contact a third party and have the review with me not having any part of it, because I think that's optically, that's kind of strange.
Thank you. So I guess I'm going to ask for everybody's comments, but also if there are any councillors who'd be interested in serving on such a committee if we decide to go down that road. Councillors. Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea what Jessica's putting forward here, our CAO. I think that the way it was done in the past, having a third party with surveys was quite helpful. Obviously to our CAO, it's quite helpful to know what staff and council are thinking. And I would be interested in being back on that committee should it come forward, if it's council's will.
Councillor Cooper.
I'm certainly in support of making sure that our CAO gets a review, and I'd like to see that process continue that as it has in the past. I'd be interested to know who was going to be selected, or if there's sort of a list of individuals that the CAO might recommend to the committee for selection of that consultant, shall we say. And I'd also like to nominate somebody to that committee, and that would be Councillor Jarvis, as I think he'd be a good representative. And so that was somebody that I was going to suggest, provided he'd be willing to have his name on the committee. So there we are. Thank you.
Thank you. CO Gunby, would you have a list, or would we talk to Human Resources for that list? How would you suggest we take that part of Councillor Cooper's question?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's maybe near the bottom of the report, but my recommendation is also that council or the committee contact a local HR employee, because I know, for instance, right now, our director of HR will do the performance review over at Severn, and then the Severn HR could do a performance review for the CAO for me, for instance. So I can definitely give you a list of available people that you can contact if this passes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wojcik, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would not be throwing my hat in the ring for the review. of our CAO. I don't think that I would be the proper candidate for doing that, but I would endorse Councillor Douglas as Councillor Jarvis was endorsed by Mr. Cooper. I think that gives us a fair and balanced evaluation of our CEO.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I'd just like to, and perhaps this question is for our CAO. What is the role of these counselors for this review committee? What are they expected to do? And how do they work through whatever they're doing?
Through your worship, I did not work directly with the committee previously, but they would get together, they would choose the third party that they would like to contact, and then working with that third party, they'll sort of walk you through the process. It's possible that you can create the questionnaire that gets sent out to staff and council, but you would be working just directly with a third party who would definitely assist.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, you've been nominated. Would you be willing to be one of the participants on this committee?
Yeah, I'm sure our CEO Gumby can tell me what I'm supposed to be doing. Joking aside, no problem. I see. I mean, I've read the report once. Actually, I've read it twice now. And so what we're doing is changing the process that we had in place when you basically for your first review. And the proposal from council is that we go back to a process we had in place before, which is a committee as things currently stand, a couple of councillors, but that it's recommended that we still use a third party sort of process everything or help us process everything. That makes sense to me. I have no problem with that. And yeah, I'm sure Councillor Douglas and I could work very closely together on this.
And I think it's important to note, Councillor Jarvis, that committee would report to a closed session of council their findings, because then so the entire council would be involved in whatever scorecard Ms. Gunby ends up getting from us.
Which makes sense. That's great.
Seeing no more hands, I'm going to just jump ahead and say, read the motion, and I'm going to have it moved by Councillor Cooper and seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council appoint Mayor Coetzee and Councillors Douglas and Jarvis, I'm just writing it in here, to the CEO Review Committee for 2021-2022 and work with a third party to gather comments and report back to council for CEO's annual review at the August 9th, 2021 council meeting. All those in favor? And I am seeing enough hands up to say that is carried. Thank you. It's now 11:03. I'm going to suggest that we break and reconvene at 11:15, please. So we'll see you all at 11:15. Okay, council, it's 11:15. Hopefully most of you are able to rejoin us. I believe the next item on our agenda is from Ms. Boutier. Ms. Boutier, if you can be patient for another minute or two, I'm hoping to see a couple more faces. Wait a minute, Ms. Boutier, I think we should go ahead at this point.
Perfect, through your worship. The summary of this report is essentially that we are proposing to open up to online payments. That would be to pay anything to the township via credit card to the township. Credit card comes at a significant fee. Therefore, we are proposing that we recoup that fee through a convenience charge. And we are proposing 4% for that convenience charge. So this resolution motion in front of you is to approve that 4% convenience fee at a minimum of $2. So if the 4% doesn't total $2, then it would be $2 minimum fee. And that when we do bring forward the next user fee bylaw, that these fees be incorporated into the next user fee bylaw.
All right, thank you. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Cooper.
2% of the value of the 2% of what? I'm just trying to understand.
It's 4% of the value.
4%. I'm sorry, 4% of what?
Of the value of the transaction. So if somebody is paying, for example, a $50 ticket, it would be 4% of that $50. If they choose to pay their property taxes with their credit card and it's $1,000, it would be 4% of the value that they choose to pay on their taxes with a credit card.
So if their property taxes are $200,000, they pay $8,000?
We wouldn't recommend that anybody use those kinds of payment methods for big amounts. We're just trying to kind of open the door for, freedom of information requests at $5, things like that. We do offer other methods of payments for property taxes. We have pre-authorized payments. We have online payments. We do still accept checks. It would just open the door to be more convenient to accept building permit revenues, things of that sort.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councilor Bocek.
Thanks for the report, Julie. I'm not in favor of this. If there was something in here where this was during COVID times and during office closure due to state of emergencies, that this policy would be in place only. I know in the past we were able to receive Visa, MasterCard payments at the front counter, and there was no fee at that time from our residents. So in a time of trouble, this is going to appear to look like a cash grab. And so I'm not in favor of it unless it's specific to a time of convenience for the resident because our office is closed and we can't take the transaction any other way.
CEO Gumby.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that in the 13 years that I've worked at the township, we have never accepted credit card at the front counter. It's only been debit, which is why there's been no fees for anyone.
My apologies.
Okay.
Apparently my staff pays with debit cards at the township office. But yeah, I you know, there just seems to be government intervention in everything that costs a lot of people a lot of money because of a pandemic that they're not responsible for. And I think we need to be compassionate or offer other ways of payment where there is no fees. I don't know if you accept electronic fund transfer or electronic money order through the mail or what it is, but for people that can't physically get to our office and pay their bills the way they normally do, I think this comes across as being a cash grab by us. So I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask our CFO the ability to pay online for taxes has been there for quite some time. Is that correct?
There is a service which is Plastique that we currently have. We have very little uptake on that. You have to create an account with Plastique to be able to use them. And there is a convenience fee related to Plastique. It just doesn't come to us. It goes directly to Plastique for the use of credit cards. Therefore,
so maybe I can just interrupt you. I'm not thinking about credit cards. I'm thinking that today I can go to my online banking and I can pay my taxes. I did know that there was not an ability to pay, for example, building permit extension fees at one point in time. I couldn't pay them with my taxes. I actually had to allow those to default, and then you'd throw them on my taxes, and then I could pay them through my taxes. So there was a process there that if you were smart, you could just let it go and it would just get it added on, and there was a fee. But I guess the point that I'm getting to here is we already have an ability today to accept payment through normal banking payment processes, not credit cards, but a normal online banking. I can pay my taxes. And so my question, I really have two here. The first question is there an ability today at the township to pay other fees, not taxes, through this same online payment process that I have today with my bank, through my bank, to pay my taxes?
not currently.
So is that something that is being entertained, or is that, and if it isn't, what is the complication?
It has not been to this date because the request or the demand seems to be for accepting credit card payments. For those means, people find it very convenient to being able to, even if they're not currently a resident of the Township of Georgian Bay and they've gotten, for example, a parking ticket, they would like to go on our website and be able to push a payment our way without putting $50 in an envelope and sending it to us. Most people would not create a vendor in their online banking for a one-time fee, such as a parking infraction or a freedom of information request, or even whatever other fee that they might want to get to us. So yes, we do have that set up for property taxes, but that's it at the moment.
Okay, so just as a kind of final comment here, I can just offer from my experience over the last couple of years that there are very few firms that entertain large credit card payments, and they steer people away from that. They want, debits or debit cards or some other transaction. And I think that from a convenience standpoint, what we may want to entertain is accepting credit cards for small purchases, whatever that might be, with no service fee, but pick a number. I don't know what the number is. If it's $200 or more, then you're going to charge a service fee. But I think, you know, if it's parking fines, if it's, anyways, if there's a small number, the convenience factor, I think, should be there without extras, because it's not really costing a lot of money anyways. But if it's a larger dollar amount and somebody still wants to use a credit card, then yeah, I absolutely charge. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas.
Thank you. I'm actually, it makes a lot of sense to me to have credit cards put in place. But I agree with Councillor Hazelton that maybe for the smaller amounts, no fee. But what is of more interest to me is for building permits, that there is a method for people to pay for their building permits. Because what we've really noticed, especially this year, is people trying to put in for permits can't get up from the city, and it's a timing issue to put it in the mail, being that our postal system is not exactly reliable right now either. So I'm wondering why we don't have the ability to do online banking for e-transfers for that. Is that not possible to do? Because that is causing, I can't tell you how many times I've run down and paid out of my company for people for building permits, and that's hugely inconvenient when we could do something online or by credit card. Is that not possible, Julie, to set that up so in the e-transfer, being that we're already accepting e-transfers?
Through your worship, we are not currently accepting what is labeled as an e-transfer. We don't have that ability with our corporate account to accept e-transfers like you would do from a person-to-person type of thing. We do accept pre-authorized payments for taxes, and that's pulled from the people's account through our banking. And therefore, but we could entertain opening up online payments, such as you do for taxes, for building permits. Again, we didn't see the appetite of people creating a vendor in their banking for once or twice use. So we see more the demand for, being able to accept those kinds of payments via credit cards.
Just to follow up on that, so there is no way to do e-transfers for building. I'm specifically speaking about building permits because obviously that's one of the things that I deal with most. There's no chance of our opportunity for people to do online banking. And the reason I say that is you may not be seeing an appetite because as contractors, we're coming in with checks from our company to accommodate those. So you may not realize it, but there is quite a large, I think a large appetite to be able to do that over the telephone, because most of our summer residents, which has been put out many times, is 87% or whatever, live in Toronto or outlying areas from the Muskoka area and for Georgian Bay Township. So I think the appetite is maybe getting a little bit obscured by the fact that their contractors are being relied on to drive a check down to the office and leave it in an envelope or something. So is there any opportunity to do an offshoot through the commercial accounts with an e-transfer? I'm not quite sure why the e-transfer is a problem with commercial, because we don't seem to have a problem with that.
I got to distinguish between an e-transfer and an online payment. Those are two different things.
Yes.
An e-transfer, our bank has said a firm no, there is no opportunity to do e-transfers. I had the justifications for it. I just don't have it handy at the moment. But for online banking, to accept a push of a payment from a contractor or a person to the township, that is possible, except we wouldn't want to create, like, say, 50 different Township of Georgian Bay accounts, one for freedom of information, one for bylaw infractions, one for Shore Road, one for, we have a lot of different user fees. We could set it up for ones that are most in demand, such as if it's building permit or development charges or something that have a bigger amounts. We could set up a push for that, but we have not gotten there because we have found that most of the people are looking for a credit card solution, but we could do both of those in parallel.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
I just want to, if I may take it one or two steps further. I mean, I'm one of those who had to pay for a building permit last week, and fortunately had someone hand deliver it for me. Thank you very much, Karen. But having said that, I was surprised and dismayed to discover that there was no other way to pay. So the fact that you are setting up a visa option, in one sense, I applaud it, because of course nobody has to use it if they don't want to or they don't like the fees. But I also find it offensive that you want me to pay a 4% fee of at least 1% is foreign assessment fee, and how foreign assessment gets involved in my payment to you is beyond my comprehension. Yeah, and I accept that that it costs the township, and so if I have to pay, instead of $250, I have to pay $252 or something. I get that, but I find it frustrating that when I've been doing business with so many other firms, even without credit cards, that they do accept e-transfers, though often it is to a personal email who happens to be an owner of the business or something. But the bill payment, I don't see why it has to be that complicated. If we set up an account that is separate from taxes, but just we can go into our bank, write in bill payment, and then there's always there'll be a space for explanation. And in that explanation, we could put perhaps an invoice number from the township or a code number, so that when I'm told I owe a $50 parking ticket, I'm also told on that parking ticket, if I pay bill payment, put this code beside it, or what have you. So instead of setting up 50 accounts, why can't we just set up one account, but with a space to specify what the payment is for? I would hope that you would look into that possibility, because yes, I can fully appreciate that some people want to pay by credit card, and I don't have a problem with your proposal, other than, excuse me, I think the rate's a bit high. But I think it's also worth our while to look at other ways that our residents can pay us, because I think that we should try to make it a little more convenient for them, and not sure COVID means people won't go to the office, but also people don't necessarily want to get in their car and drive for a chunk of time just to deliver an envelope in it with a check in it, which is rather old-fashioned these days. I don't know about you, but I'm writing a lot fewer checks than I used to. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and I completely concur. And I don't know why our bank is restricting certain things, but maybe we need a new bank. Just a thought. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm sort of in agreement with everything. Initially, I thought it wasn't a big deal. Was prepared just to accept the report as it came in. Have we checked with other municipalities to see what their processes are on this? I'm finding myself in agreement with a number of councillors with regards to e-transfers. Electronic banking seems to be the way to go. That's how we're doing a lot of our banking these days. And to me, it just doesn't make any sense that an e-transfer, it's no skin off anybody's teeth to do an e-transfer. And the credit card companies, it's acknowledged, are milking this for all it's worth, and people will just see that as additional cost. So, yeah, what other municipalities do with regards to these types of things?
Ms. Boutier.
Through your worship, I could do a little bit more research. I just thought it would be a really convenient way to get this going fast. We do have the farmers market starting up soon as well, and people are looking to pay us, and they don't know how to get their money to us if they don't have checks, things of that sort. And we would prefer not to get cash. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, and we thought online payment via credit card for the $25 or the $35 market fee would also be 4% of $25 or $35 is really not significant, and we thought we could get quick buy-in for things like that. However, we could defer this, and I could do a little bit more research and come back to council with it.
Councillor Douglas.
Well, maybe I can suggest, with council's agreement or discussion anyways, just for that reason, to approve the credit card portion of it, but for smaller amounts as suggested by Councillor Hazelton, but also ask you to go away and check into the e-transfer situation, because I have corporate accounts. We take e-transfers. I don't understand why our bank is not allowing that. That's an everyday situation. I'm struggling because I don't have checks anymore. And when I have customers asking me to go down and take care of the township portion, it's a problem even for me to find a check in my office or in my safe anywhere that I can bring down to you. So I would suggest that if we have an opportunity to maybe discuss going ahead with the credit cards for smaller payments to take care of the things that you're speaking about right now, such as the farmer's market. And then have you just, I just can't understand the bank not allowing that. I find that very difficult. But anyways, that's my thought.
And if I can just add to that, I wonder if we could look at, you listed 4 cards, and I can't help but discover that that Discover and Amex have higher fees than the other two. Is there not an option to just say we're going to take Visa and MasterCard and charge 3% instead of 4%, or something like that? And what's this foreign assessment fee? Is that only if it's a foreign transaction?
That's correct.
So to me, if I may, charging 2% and then with an additional 1% if it's a foreign card would make a lot more sense than 4%.
Through your worship, we can't distinguish that at the onset of the transaction on which, if it's a foreign card or not.
Well, then I would suggest that maybe, and this is just me, and I'll see how council feels about this, but maybe we just risk that. Less than 10% of our population have foreign addresses, if I remember, if my recollection from the voters list is accurate. As well, I think it's well below 10%. Councillor Bocek.
If it's a parking fine or a $200 or $300 invoice and we accept a Visa for it, the discount, if it's a $50 ticket, we're going to receive $49.50 in payment through chart of accounts. Can we just not show that as a discount and enter that into our debit file and just absorb the loss of 2 or 3%. It's found money. It's not like there's inventory and it cost us $48 in costs, and then we have to sell it for $50. And if we take the discount, we're losing money. So I don't see why it couldn't be an adjustment in our like almost like when we send our books, when we send in business, we send our books to the accountant, they adjust things and put them in different accounts as far as discounts and that go. But I think we're, asking our constituents for a 4% hit on a Visa card, I would rather lose the 4% on these smaller amounts and just write it off as a discount in our finances. Is that something that can be done, Julie?
Through your worship, yes, we could set a specific amount where no convenience fees applies, and therefore we're still adapting to those who may want to push through a tax payment via credit card to get it to us quicker if they don't have that ability through their online banking to do so with a fee.
I just think that money in arrears costs us money. So if somebody doesn't pay their taxes or their fines or whatever, that's costing us money. 2 months, 3 months, 4 months down the road when they still haven't paid, or a year down the road. I think to have the cash up front in hand through a Visa payment is well worth the couple of bucks we're going to lose on the transaction. So I just think it's very scary to put out there, hey, come pay us, but we're going to ding you 4% if you use your Visa. It doesn't rub well with me. So I would rather lose the 4% than ask our constituents to pay it. Thank you.
Through your worship, if I may, I just think you shouldn't eliminate it altogether, because people tend to pay with their credit cards to get their points. And if we don't put a fee at all, you're going to get a lot of credit card fees. Because
sorry, I was basing everything I said on Council Hazelton's suggestion that we have a limit, whether it's $500 or $300 or whatever, but any transactions under that, there is no convenience fee. We take the loss. Anything above that, if somebody wants to take advantage and get air miles, well, yeah, guess what? It's going to cost you a few bucks to do that. Thank you.
Well, we've had a number of different suggestions here, and I think we're going to have to try to rein this in. I mean, the current motion, and it was, of course, in our report on the first page, but basically has 4 paragraphs. In the first one, pretty straightforward. Be resolved, the council approves staff accept credit cards to process payments due to township. And the last one is, and the third one is that the Director of Financial Services enter into an agreement with a vendor that has the best value to lowest cost. I think those 2 paragraphs are fine. The second one, further that a new user fee called convenient load fee be created at a maximum of 4% for the transaction cost and a minimum of $2. I'm hearing things along the lines of maybe that 4% could be 1 or 2% lower, and maybe we could add and only apply to amounts above $1,000, or I got to pick some figure. I don't know what most of the payments are. Like, how much you're talking? A lot of payments are under $500 that people are asking about, and Ms. Boutier?
Through your worship, yes, I would agree to, I would recommend that 500 be the upper limit. And the reason being, if it's $1,000 and people owe $2,000 or $3,000 on their taxes, they might just go in and do 2 or 3 payments to get the points anyways. It's not that inconvenient to do 2 or 3. And then, they're bypassing the system. But if it's 500 and they have to do 4 or 5 payments, they might choose another method.
Well, Council, what if I modify, and then we'll see whether you want to change it. Why don't we modify the second paragraph to read, and further that a new user fee called the convenience fee be created at a maximum of 2% of transaction costs for transactions over $500. Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd like that idea. I think you should put the wording though as $500 or greater, just to use the $500. I mean, people start paying everything that's $500, and I think 500 is where we want to be on this. So they should be charged the convenience fee for a $500 payment. So, but I am in agreement with that. And sorry, one question. I did have a question. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. The foreign transaction fee would apply to, I presume, payments made from the United States. Would that be correct?
Anywhere that the credit card currency is outside of Canada. So it could be US, it could be anywhere else.
Well, I'm thinking of our American constituents. Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to suggest that I don't know if we need a resolution, or do you want a paragraph in here saying that you also look into other forms of potential other forms of electronic payment, if I can put it that way.
Through your worship, I'm not sure if that's required in the resolution. The clerk may agree otherwise, but we're always looking. So we will, like this request was not necessarily brought forward by council. We're definitely going to keep plugging away at those different payment options, because we agree the quicker we can get money into the townships, the less costly it is for the overall taxpayer. So,
Clerk Way, do you want that part of the motion, or can that just be an understood direction from council to that Ms. Boutier and staff look into other alternative payment methods?
I think given the fact that it's already something staff does on the regular basis, we wouldn't need it within the resolution unless it's something council is specifically looking to have reported back within a month, that kind of thing, right?
Okay, so I'm going to have the motion that the modified motion that I'm going to suggest we consider, moved by Councilor Jarvis, second by Councilor Bochek. Be it resolved that council approves this staff accept credit cards to process payments due to the township. And further, that a new user fee called convenience fee be created at a maximum of 2% of transaction costs on charges $500 or greater. And further, that the Director of Financial Services enter into an agreement with the vendor that has the best value at the lowest cost. And further, that the convenience fee become an integral part of the user fee bylaw at its next update, which basically means we'll have another chance to review it. Any further discussion, Council? Councilor Douglas.
Sorry, I was listening to that, but can we just direct Ms. Boutier to look into the debit part of this without it being in the resolution?
Yes, I think Ms. Boutier understands that we want
Okay.
her to look into alternative forms of payment.
Okay, super. Thank you.
All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I like to think of this as being part of our modernization drive. And the next one, our next report, Ms. Boutier, is also from you in regard to the 2021 tax rate bylaw.
Through your worship, yes, the district has moved forward with their rates, and therefore we are also moving forward with our rates. The attachment has the tax impact on a medium or typical property. Median meaning the one in the middle, doesn't necessarily mean the average. Therefore, we're looking for approval of our 2021 tax rates.
Council, any discussion? I'm just going to make one observation, if I may, and that is you gave us the page with the pretty pictures and all the various charts. And I found it, I'm going to call it a little bit confusing. And the reason I say that is for the one with the house, you included water and sewage charges because, of course, you're referring to the houses that are actually connected to our services. But what I don't like about that is you're almost implying, because it's only shown in percentages, that they're paying less, for instance, district fees, because they're only paying 29% to the district, whereas cottages appear to be paying 40% to the district. Now, I know it's a percentage of the total, and I understand all that, but I think this is a little, it almost suggests that if you're connected to water and sewer, you have less district taxes to pay, less education taxes to pay, et cetera, which I know is not the case. So I think throwing the water and sewer in is, at least for me, a little bit confusing.
Through your worship, I could agree with that.
Well, I appreciate that. But that doesn't change the motion in front of us or the resolution. But I just wanted to make that observation. I have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council receives a report regarding the 2021 tax rate bylaw, and that Council adopts the 2021 final tax rate bylaw, being a bylaw to adopt the 2021 taxation rates and to establish due dates for payment of taxes and to charge penalties for non-payment of taxes. Councillor Cooper.
Just a quick question for Julie. Thank you, Mayor. Just with respect to the pretty pictures and so forth, what's the 26%? I'm not quite, I'm trying to line that up with your report. Down at the bottom of the page under seasonal residents, it says a 26% increase. Does it not?
You mean the $26?
$26.
Sorry?
Are you looking at the very bottom line of that page?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a dollar tax increase. So,
oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a percentage. My apologies. Silly me. Sorry.
If only all the questions could be answered that quickly. Any other comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Ms. Boutier, you're not off the hook yet. One more report, please. On information technology strategic plan. And in staff versus hired gun.
Through your worship, as was mentioned a few times in our in our progress report on information technology, last March, so March of 2020, we had to make a quick decision to determine how we were going to handle our IT needs due to the resignation of our one in-house IT person. And therefore, we went with managed services because it was a quick jump to the service provider that was providing the Township of Georgian Bay with backup services to that person. So they became the primary service provider. We had mentioned that we would come back to council with more information of how that went. So we've been doing this for a year now, and this report now contains the statistics of those tickets and so on. And we also followed through with a staff survey where, you know, people have had great experiences. And the survey asked whether or not it was at the Township of Georgian Bay, how do you like an in-house person or managed services? And then we received a variety of responses on both sides of the chart. A lot of staff feel they miss the in-house touch of, you know, being able to contact somebody quickly because our level of service response from our provider is on a priority basis. So if it's not like a system crash, it won't get immediate attention, for example. Therefore, the recommendation is to, we do have part of our 2021 budget, a business systems and data technician in our budget. And therefore we are proposing to add that personal touch back into the mix to include duties of IT to this person, but still have managed service provider manage our ticket system and so on. So it's kind of a hybrid approach that we're proposing today.
All right, thank you. Council, any comments or questions or suggestions? While you're thinking about that, the resolution currently reads, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council received the progress report number 5 on information technology strategic plan, and the council agrees to include basic IT coordinator duties in the job description of the business system and data technical assistant, and the council directs staff to issue an RFP for managed services for a 3-year term. Councillor Cooper.
This may be in here somewhere, but my speed reading may not be very good. So bottom line, are we talking a greater expense, less expense, straight sort of exchange? We're just doing it in a different way. Could you explain that to me? I don't see it in this report, or I couldn't find it. I was reading too quickly, perhaps. Thank you.
Ms. Boutier.
Through your worship, if it's a straight position in comparison to managed services, you're looking at about a 40% saving to go with managed services, but you are losing that personal touch and personalized services. So the hybrid that we're proposing is the business and data technician is already in our 2021 budget. This person was supposed to just take care of systems, our asset management systems, our new incoming town suite systems, making sure the integrations are all working and so on. So just adding say a quarter of the work to supplement the managed services, I believe would be at an equivalent cost of what we had for a full-time person prior to.
Follow up, please. So regardless of where we were previously, at our current cost, are we the way I'm not quite getting what, I don't care about the budget. I just want to know if we spent $100,000, I'll make that number up, this past year, are we going to spend 120,000, 140,000, or 80,000? Thank you.
Through your worship, with this hybrid proposal, we're proposing to go with managed services. Managed services are about $50,000 a year, versus an in-house person if they were strictly doing that we were not hiring managed services and they were doing strictly IT. We're looking at about 100 plus benefits, so anywhere between 100 and 120 to have that expertise in-house. Does that answer your question more clearly?
So managed services are basically half the price, half the cost rather.
That's what I was trying. So thank you. So basically we're going to, so the total number we spent this year was X, 75,000, whatever, 100,000, 50,000. Next year it's going to be 120 for the employee. And then we're going to add in the managed service partially as well. Is that correct?
We are anticipating that the managed service will come in about the same cost, 50,000, and we're looking at a quarter of a position versus a full position.
Oh, so we take 25% of 120 or whatever it is. That's all I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
Bottom line, what are we paying now? 50,000. What you're suggesting is 100,000 or
well, a quarter of 100,000, so 25,000. So net
75.
Total, yes, net total cost for IT services would be around the 75 mark.
Versus 50 for this year. That's where I was going with this. So we're investing 25,000 in the concept of having a personal touch.
That's correct.
But I think it's important to note that that personal touch is 75% of their time doing something that we already put in the budget and we already planned for outside of this service, the other aspects of IT. Ms. Douglas, Councillor Douglas, did I see your hand?
Oh, yeah, you did actually. Thank you for the clarification, Julie. Is this something that this hybrid, is this something we're going to try for a year to see if it works well with staff? Because my understanding is that it's a bit of a progression to try and find the best solution at the most cost effective. Are we putting a time limit on this basically, or I guess just by the nature of the fact it's going in the budget for a year, maybe yes.
Through your worship, the fact that the RFP would be for 3 years, I think that would be a very good time frame to being able to evaluate subsequently how it all worked out. So I would think the time frame would be the 3-year managed service RFP.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you. Question is for Julie. This is going to be a physical body on site.
Through your worship, I can't answer that strictly because of COVID, but the intent would be a physical body on site, working remotely for now due to COVID.
Okay, and subsequent question to that is, as a council, we run into technical issues as well too. Would this person be available to council to also deal with their technical communications and electronic issues, not only staff?
Through your worship, our managed service providers already umbrella council under their technical services. Therefore, at any point in time, should council wish to get help, you could send an email to support@gbtownship.ca and you will be provided support even now.
Thank you very much.
I just want to add that I've taken advantage of that service a couple of times when I had hiccups, and I found them quite efficient. And I think it's important, from my perspective, we're bringing the expertise of a fair collection of people to service our needs, as opposed to just one individual. And any one individual has their strengths and weaknesses, of course, and at half the price of having somebody in-house with full responsibility. So I personally think that it makes a lot of sense to go to this managed services approach. I would argue, higher quality service at a lower price. Any further discussion? Councillor Cooper.
So Mayor, are you suggesting that we stay with what we have? Just so I understand what you're,
In effect, yes, because this past year we've been under the managed services approach.
okay, and I've used those services and I've found them equally strong and good. So thank you. Then, so your thought is that this move to an employee effectively is not necessary.
Well, let me separate. I don't think it's necessary for us to hire an IT expert to address the needs of all us individuals as we run into troubles like we used to have, like an in-house.
Right.
But what Ms. Boutiette is proposing is that another individual who we've already approved in our budget to provide, I'll call it IT backup, and I forget the exact description, that individual would also be an intermediary between staff or council and the managed services if such is required.
So you're suggesting we vote in favor of this particular resolution then?
Yes.
Just want to understand where you were at, because
Yeah, oh, definitely.
it's a bit, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty with it, but it is extra money and we have been getting decent service. So I'm sort of trying to rationalize why we would have to spend more money. Thank you.
Well, in fact, I would argue with this resolution, we're not spending more money. We're just taking money that we've already approved and agreed to spend on this IT coordinator and saying they are going to have, they're going to have extra duties put on their plate when required. The resolution is moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council received the progress report number 5 on information technology strategic plan, and the council agrees to include basic IT coordinator duties in the job description of the business system and data technical assistant, and the council directs staff to issue an RFP for managed services for a 3-year term. All those in favor? And that is passed. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Boutiette, for those reports. And now, Chief Von Dum, I believe you're up with regards to what you want to do with former pump number 1.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to advise you that we're trying to surplus from Honey Harbour, and we have a municipality who is in the same kind of a predicament that we were in a number of years ago. And they've blown an engine in their truck. They've ordered a new one. However, they've been told their truck is 2 years away. They asked to lend them the truck for a little while, but at that point, our depreciation value over 2 years would be substantial. So we came to terms that they would purchase the truck. They've made us an offer of $15,000, and I'm looking for council's approval to move ahead.
Thank you. Councillors. Chief Von Dum is proposing selling a surplus truck for $15,000, in which, according to his report, he considers a reasonable amount for that truck. Any comments, questions, or should I call for the, or should I read the motion?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bocheck here.
Yes, Councillor.
My question is this under our procurement policies or our liquidation of surplus assets? Is this circumventing any of those policies where we have to send it out to an auction, or we have to put it up for public tender, or do we have the ability simply, if council approves, to have a sale of this disposable item? And I would ask that to either Julie or to Chief Tony Van Dam.
Julie, do you want me to take that? Okay, so yes, we are following policy. The policy states that we shall try to go to auction. However, there is a clause in there that allows us to follow this procedure that we're following right now. And I know from a fire chief sitting in this position that it's helpful when your other fellow municipalities help you out in your times of need. So that's why we've decided to go this route. It was actually getting prepared to go on Gov Deals for auction. And when this municipality reached out looking for some help, and I decided at that time that I would take this to council and see if I could get your blessing.
That's great. I appreciate the explanation, Tony, and I'm fine with this.
Okay, I have moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council directs staff to sell the surplus pumper, the 1999 pumper truck Pump 1, to the town of Innisfil for $15,000, and that the funds that are received for this sale be placed in the Fire Asset Capital Reserve for future purchases. All those in favor? All right, I'm going to say that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Schneier, I believe you're up next. And you already knew that because there you are.
Thank you, Your Worship. I present to you today a report about potentially officially declaring for a honeybee festival in 2021. The report outlines the 5 key components of the festival that we're proposing. It would be a week-long festival so that we could encourage people to do self-directed tours of our Schoolhouse Trail for the fun run, and then any other components have already been approved during the COVID pandemic, and we would like to give this a try. It came to staff from eager municipal representation from our residents that they would like to try to find something to look forward to for 2021. So I present to you the Honeybee Festival that would run September 25th to October 2nd.
Thank you. And I'm just going to add that I am most impressed at the enthusiasm that has been shown by the various residents and staff that are trying to support this project, and the creativity of the ideas. I must find some of them I find unbelievable in scale or optimism, but then again, they certainly impressed me 2 years ago with what they did. So I said, let's give it all a shot. Now, subject to whatever funds we can receive from the province, of course. Councillor Jarvis.
I realize this is a long shot, Jennifer, but if we were, if the province were to be able to be opened up at that point in time, to the point where we could have conceivably the marketplace, at least, I don't know about the banquet, but the marketplace, is that something that could be easily turned around on, or once we're stuck with what we've proposed here, we're running with it?
Through Your Worship, I think the important part of this is that the whole project needs to be nimble. And we don't know what the restrictions will be if the province does open up in October. It is a fair ways away. And so there's a relative level of hope to be able to move forward. And we'll just have to try. If we cannot run an actual marketplace, as the report identifies, we'll be going with something online, so that our vendors that are committing to the Honeybee Festival will have an opportunity to be showcased through our social media, which is pretty important because we have a pretty solid follower base for this festival and the activities in the township.
Okay, I guess I understood the marketplace might be virtual, but I see in your notes there that in fact I've misread that, which is good. I'm hoping that we can move forward with this. The festival is a great idea, and I think we should be pushing as hard as we can on it.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Jennifer, I just wanted to say thank you so much for pushing this. I think it's it's amazing what you've done in the optimism of hoping that October we open up a little bit. Either way, I think you guys have done a great job in proposing this, and I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that the mayor and council direct staff to continue to work with the community members known as the Honeybee Committee to establish a hybrid virtual model for 2021 with the emphasis on education, awareness, the environment, and most importantly, safety of the residents and guests at the festival. And that the mayor and council direct staff to return to council upon confirmation of the grant status from Reconnect Ontario to report on budget concerns and discuss the present state of the environment as it relates to Honeybee. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now, Ms. Schneier, Port of Honey Harbour. You have a report to share.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're back again, and we may be back every month until we have a real understanding of how the Port of Honey Harbour will operate with permitted applicants from Parks Canada. But we present to you today a report going forward for the Port of Honey Harbour, and I'm here to answer any questions if there are with respect to this, and leave it with you.
I have one question before I answer any hands I don't yet see. I'm confused about whether we're talking 3 hours or 2 hours parking limit at on the docks, because in the resolution it says 3 hours, but in some of the reports it says 2 hours. And I'm quite content either way. But I
Through
didn't know what the intent
Your
was.
Worship, and I'll call the CAO in on this one, but I think we ultimately decided that 2 hours was the best choice. But Jess, I can't remember what we decided.
There wasn't, I wasn't present when a decision was made, but in the report it said staff recommended 3 hours. So I changed the resolution to state 3 because that's what the report said. So if it is 2, then the resolution can be changed back to 2.
Your Worship, I think 3 would be better. Well, actually, I'll leave it. I think Karen's got something to say.
Sorry, you might be able to speak to this in a bit more detail. So the confusion, I think, lies with the fact that originally staff had requested a 4-hour parking limit at the Honey Harbour CAG meeting. The CAG members then came back and recommended a 2-hour, so their resolution references a 2-hour parking limit. But staff from an enforcement standpoint feel that this is too short of a time frame, which is why staff are recommending the 3 hours as a compromise between the two recommendations. Just
Makes perfect sense to me. Councillor Hazelton.
My understanding is that the current town docks have a 2-hour limit. Is that not correct?
I will
Ms.
leave that with
King, do you know that?
So when I was listening to the Honey Harbour CAG, Anne-Marie Gregatis highlighted the fact that it was 2 hours, I believe, at the town docks today. And she was recommending to be consistent with the new docks. And I think that consistency is important across those two areas. So I would suggest that we try to follow that advice if possible.
Ms. King, do you want to jump into the conversation?
Yeah, good morning, Council. Actually, we had at one point, I know, at the church's docks, so the docks that are currently in Honey Harbour, that Anne-Marie was speaking about, there was a 2-hour limit because I remember enforcing it before my mat leave, but Tony has gone down and checked and we don't see any of those signs there currently. I was one of the ones who suggested the 3-hour instead of the 2, just because if someone is coming in when we do have restaurants open, we want them to be able to enjoy that time. 2 hours might be a little tight and we don't have to want to be running down there when people are just walking back to their boats. So we felt 3 hours might be a better time limit, and just for enforcement wise, just to be able to keep staff from running back and forth when people are just enjoying the village and taking their time, where 3 hours hopefully isn't too long, that if there is someone waiting to get in, they will be able to do that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. And I concur what Councillor Hazelton said, being in on that meeting of the KEG. I think we need one bylaw for dockage. I know we're calling it parking, but that confuses the matter with automobiles. But a 2-hour dockage, I believe, is significant. And the reasoning that I heard at the meeting was the restaurants in Honey Harbour are at the Delawana, which have dockage facilities, and at the Admiral's Marina. I think they've changed their name. Sorry for that, but the Boathouse Grill or whatever it is up there, they have dockage as well there. So I think any of the restaurants that would be visited have dockage for people coming in off the water. One bylaw for the whole township on municipal docks would make sense. That way, no matter where you're issuing a ticket, it would fall under the same bylaw. I think this is going to be a very, very popular project with both our residents and tourists. I think it's going to be a very busy facility. And for the time being, I think the 2-hour mandated dockage is good because that allows the switching in out of people during the day. We could really, out of one dock slip, have potentially 15 or 20 slippages in a day. But if it's 3 hours and they use the whole 3 hours, you might only get 4 boats on that particular dock for the whole day, because we're talking also a bylaw of sun up till sundown only. So I believe that was also part of the recommendation coming out of the KEG meeting. So I agree with Council Hazelton, 2 hours maximum dockage, and make that township wide on any township dockage that we offer. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, I think I agree with the fellow councillors on this one. I think 2 hours it makes sense, and especially with the dockage, because it just allows more people to come in and out. I'm just one question on the dockage. How do you monitor when somebody comes in and leaves? How do you know they've been there for 2 hours? And the problem I think Corinna is probably bringing up is, do we have enough bylaw enforcement to really manage that in a 2-hour turnaround? Because I realize that is quite a bit of work while they've got other places to be as well within the township. Do you have enough staff to manage that? So it's kind of a 2-part question here. How do we know when people have pulled their boats in? I mean, it's not like there's a metering, well, unless I'm unaware of that, a metering system. How do we know somebody's been there for 2 hours?
Ms. King.
To answer that through your worship, there is no monitoring system. There's no meter. It would be on complaint basis. So it depends on who's in the area that's watching. Like we said, we don't have staff there on site all the time. I know I spoke with Penetang, which I probably mentioned in the Honey Harbour KEG meeting, that they have a dock master and a student that is actually on their docks all the time. So they help with those kind of things and triage a lot of bylaw complaints, or try and deal with it that way. I've also mentioned it's pretty hard to enforce because it's not like a vehicle that you can just leave a ticket on. It has to be an in-person. Someone has to give me their ID and I have to give them a Part 1 ticket in order to get them. And as many of you know, boats aren't easy to trace. It's not like a license plate that we can look up. So it'll be difficult. It's not doable, but it's definitely going to be interesting for sure. But I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, just a follow up to that, if I may.
Please.
Thank you for that answer. So that's quite an interesting concept to have a student stewardship on the docks there. And I think that is something that we should, somehow bring up and have a discussion, whether it's on volunteer basis for someone to be there, because that is a service that I think would be really welcomed by boaters, to be honest with you, especially if they're a little bit larger boater coming in wind. It would be some sort of stewardship standing on the dock without involving bylaw that may help with the not only the optics of having open and friendly service of people coming in to help, but also somebody watching on how many boats are sitting there past that 2 hours. So just a thought. I don't know if you have a student available or if it's something that maybe the CAG could think about engaging and having a conversation. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a couple of quick points. I think 2 hours probably is sensible. I realize it would take some oversight. It's partly there just to encourage people to play ball, shall we say, more than how much we're going to be able to enforce it. So I would encourage that, but I also would like to suggest that if we have it at these slips, that it also applies to, as I understand you, if the sign has been removed at Church Bay, and if it has, is that what you said, Karina? If the sign has been removed?
I believe so, yeah, through your worship. Tony went down a week or so ago and checked when we were talking to the Honey Harbour Advisory Committee, just to be sure, because that's what it was my memory, but he said there's no signs down there currently, so.
So if there aren't signs there, I think if we had them there before and we're trying to be consistent, I think we need a sign there as well to apply this 2-hour rule. So that would be part of this suggestion. The other thing is, I don't know, don't the marinas call it moorage? Just a technical name, but I'm wondering if it isn't really a moorage at a slip or something like that. So just from a semantics perspective, thank you.
Yeah, we'll add in our resolution, we refer to mooring times. Councillor, Mr. Sokash, you appear. Did you want to add a comment before I go to Councillor Jarvis?
I just wanted to add that it is our intention to sign the Port of Honey Harbour as well as Churches Bay the same. So whatever decisions are made in one, we will be taking the same steps at the other.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Are we going to need a compound for boats that we tow away that have overstayed their welcome? Just curious about that. I'm actually, forget that. The other question that came up, I think it was part of CAG's meeting as well, with regards to where the washroom is going to be located. And I see that the recommendation from staff is not the request from CAG. Has there been is there an agreement between CAG and staff that the washroom will go on the pad that has been set up for it? Because I believe CAG wanted it to move closer, like halfway down the promenade as opposed to at the end of the promenade.
Ms. Schneier.
Your worship, thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Often what happens when we have a CAG meeting is they give us advice and feedback, and we go off as staff and try to move it towards the best possible goal based on their advice. In this particular case, it's not advisable to put a porta potty along the promenade. It's outside, it's directly outside of the cottages that are rented along Delawana Road. And secondary to service that, a vehicle that services facilities like this would potentially be driving up and down the promenade every other day. And we have great concern about leaking and drip from the truck, and it could essentially taint the promenade. So it's better to have it back at the original location for the long-term integrity of the promenade, as well as the viewing for the guests of the Delawana. And so we've gone back to the proposed site at the top of the parquet.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation. Thanks.
Councillor Hazelton.
We've been talking a little bit about consistency across township docks, etc. And I'm intrigued that we have lots of signage that is being planned: no fishing from the docks, no swimming or diving from the docks, or fishing from shore. And I'm wondering, given that the Honey Harbour Town Center docks or Church Bay docks are similar in nature, will there be an opportunity to have additional signs produced and posted in those locations so that there is consistency?
Mr. Sokash.
Through the mayor, that is our intent, to sign both sites the same.
Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
I mean, in terms of just enforcing this, just for Corinna's sake and for our bylaw enforcement's sake, I agree that it needs to be consistent across the board, but have we really addressed the concern Corinne has about enforcing this, and how do we do that? Corinne, do you have any thoughts on this? Because if it goes to 2 hours, I know it is going to be difficult for you. time-wise, probably.
Through your worship, I'm not sure the solution. It's just going to depend on how busy it is, I guess, and how we get the calls. I know Tony's just jumping on there, so I'm not sure if he wants to comment as well.
Chief Undum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think what the biggest thing is we need to be able to evaluate what's going to transpire there, and just to see how it is. I don't want to be recommending staff and then we really don't need them. If the situation calls for it, then we'll be bringing it forth in the budget have additional staff next year. But we have a number of other projects that are coming to light here as well. And we're going to be have an extremely busy year, are my predictions, with parking. We've started our enforcement in the McCrae Lake area. So we'll see. This year will be see how things play out, and then we'll make our recommendations next year.
Thank you. I think too that we have to recognize that whether we put a sign that says 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, predominantly it's the honor system. And I think any of us who've used the town dock in the past have noticed there's often been 1 or 2 boats there that have been parked there for all day because they belong to somebody who's perhaps working in the town center and, on cash or something like that. But I think it's one of those issues that what we're stating with our signs is the intent, and that people will understand from this that we don't want people parking there all day. We don't want people overnighting. But if somebody's there 2 hours and 30 minutes versus 1 hour and 59 minutes, and most days, I don't think anybody's going to really care. But I think what we do is we're making the intent. If you come and use these docks, you're there to do your, I was going to say do your business, but somebody might misinterpret that if they have an animal at home. You're there to go shopping or grab some food or visit the LCBO or what have you. But you're not there to park the boat and then grab your car and drive home and come back a day later. You know, I think we're expressing intent. And I think, you know, I'm hoping that bylaw won't be called all that often about docks at the boat, but boats at the dock. Let me get that the right way around. But time will tell. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my understanding from listening to the KEG meeting was that there would be a fair amount of signage about the rules surrounding the port of Honey Harbour. And I know I do a lot of boating, and usually, unless it's a big city or a big town, being Midland, Orillia, Barrie, bylaw is involved. But throughout the Kawarthas and small townships and that, it's very well signed. You get boaters that stay 5 minutes, boaters that stay 15 minutes, boaters that stay 4 hours. But if you don't have a sign that says 2 hour maximum dockage, then when a complaint does come in, our bylaw has nothing to stand on. They're going to show up at the dock and people are going to say, well, it doesn't say that anywhere. So I think this is for a purpose of signage, to make people aware. Most boaters, you know, understand and will abide by it. But when you're getting the signs made up, it's been said over and over again at the KEG meeting and here today, this needs to be a standard throughout the township. So we have a huge dock in Port Severn with no signage on it. And some people stay overnight, Councillor Wojcik, stay overnight on that dock with no repercussions. I come in off of Gloucester Pool and I go, my wife and I are going to spend a couple of days on the dock there, and I pull my boat in and stay there. So signage is needed throughout the township. We have public docks on 6 Mile Lake, Gibson Lake, Gloucester Pool, Little Lake. Throughout the township, we have public dockage, and there's no reason a 2 hour sign can't be on 2 hour maximum sign couldn't be on every single dock within this township. Not about enforcement, about giving boaters information. Thank you.
Right. Well, Councillor Jarvis, we got to wrap this up sometime soon.
Meetings going to the dogs, and literally in my case, I'm just going to follow up on a comment you made. Usually when people park quickly at some island in the bay or wherever, it's let their dog out to do their business, as you just suggested. Do we have any signage with regards to pooping and scooping, that type of thing? Or has that been talked about? I suspect there'll be a lot of dogs coming off boats.
Mr. Sokash.
Through the mayor, yes and yes.
Okay.
There will be bags available, and there will be signage installed as well.
Excellent.
All right, sorry, Councillor Cooper, your hand was up?
Just briefly, I think we should be very vigilant in Port Severn to make sure that we catch Councillor Bocek. Thank you. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so I have a resolution here. I'm going to say moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton, which I'm going to modify to 2 hours. But be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay directs staff to continue to facilitate discussions with landowners in Honey Harbour for parking solutions, and that staff creates signage for public washroom locations in Honey Harbour, and that Council approve the mooring time limits from dawn to dusk to a maximum of 2 hours at the Port of Honey Harbour, and that Council approve the attached signage for the Port of Honey Harbour and direct staff to install signage in appropriate locations. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I'm not going to suggest a resolution saying, and Councillor Bocek needs to be watched with eagle eyes by the bylaw. Council, we're not quite finished all our business. I don't know if you want to take a lunch break at some point or want to go a little farther before we consider that. Because I'm suggesting we go until about 1 o'clock, and then we'll see how far on the agenda we are before we take consider a break. And I'm not seeing anybody saying no, and I saw, I think, at least one head nodding and one thumbs up. So once we scroll down here, next on our agenda is operations report, and that's with regards to administration building parking.
Thank you, Your Worship. This ties into the electric vehicle charging station that's going to be installed at the administration building. As part of the requirements under the funding plan, if they take up existing parking spots, the contractor is responsible for providing them elsewhere. And the logical place that we see is the grassed area beside the admin building, the little rectangle that we have. The contractor is responsible for providing 2 parking spaces. And if we took out that whole grassed area and paved it and put some lines in, we'd end up with a total of 6, so 4 more. And we've been given a price from the contractor that's doing the work to add those additional spaces would be about $6,000. I've seen the quote from the contractor for the initial work, and this is the extension of it. So we're seeking affirmation from council to proceed with this work, as well as approval of the funds.
Thank you. I think we're all looking forward to the day that that parking lot gets filled up again in the future. Council, Councilor Jarvis.
Well, just from a carbon footprint standpoint, I'd rather not see the parking lot fill up, but I understand the reasoning here. I hate seeing grassland or any land paved over because of, well, for a myriad of reasons. I see that as sort of a necessity based on the obligations required within the contract for the charging station. So I have no other issue, though. I hate seeing any green area paved over.
Councilor Cooper.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Mayor. Brad, just from a location perspective, and the entrance to the building, having the cars in that spot, I just wondered, did you consider somewhere else, like there's a lot of land we have in to the side and to the front of the adjacent building. Did you look at any of that land and consider that? Thank you.
Through the mayor, we did look to the front of the building, but there's some recent fiber optics that have been installed there, and I would like to keep away from that as much as possible. When the parking lot is full, if anybody can remember back that far, it is often staff that have a problem finding somewhere to park. And we felt that being close to the building made sense. I'm not in that building. I don't benefit, unfortunately, but. Yeah.
Sorry, just to follow up. So you said you considered other locations. Are you talking about to the east of the administration building or to the east of the, I'll call it the library or whatever it's now, the second building?
To the east of the administration building, between the administration building and Lone Pine Road.
Okay, so I was referencing all that land that's in front of the, I'll call it the library for argument's sake. That wouldn't suit for parking?
Through the mayor, that's a difficult area to work. There are drainage problems there, and if we hardened it over, we would be exasperating the problem.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Got moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, that the report regarding administration building parking be received and that council authorizes the funds to be used from the working fund reserve at a maximum of $6,000. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. And I believe the next one is also Mr. Socash in regards to the MacTier gazebo.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was a bit of an oopsie. And what happened was council's been setting aside funds for the development of Mrs. Park and primarily for directives initiated by the MacTier Community Development Association. And one of the ideas they had was to put in a gazebo at the park, which is a great idea to keep out of the sun and to let people, well, the kids are playing in the new playground that will be there shortly. And unfortunately, they weren't familiar with our process for procurement, and they went out and were able to get a gazebo at what appears to be a fairly reasonable price, and they purchased it without following the protocols and the township procedures, but they would like to be reimbursed. Staff agree they should be reimbursed. We're fine with the funds with the cost of the gazebo, and we're just recommending that council approve the payment of the funds.
Councillor Bocek, I see your hand up.
Only one question, Brad, and does the gazebo meet the township standards? And are we going to run into any issues with our insurance coverage with that gazebo if it doesn't meet those standards?
Through the mayor, it does meet township standards. It is compliant with the Ontario Building Code, and as such, we shouldn't run into an issue with our insurance.
Thanks, Brad.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm just curious to know, how big a gazebo is it? I have no argument with it at all. I'm just curious to know how big it is. Uh-oh.
Probably should have included that in my report, and right now I don't recall where I would find that.
I presume
I'm sorry.
Pretty substantial, I presume, right?
I believe it was.
Okay. No, I have no issue.
I have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the report regarding the MacTier Community Development Association gazebo reimbursement be received, and that council direct staff to reimburse Gail Demke for the purchase of the gazebo in the amount of $9,230, including HST, and that the funds for the reimbursement be drawn from the Mrs. Parks Reserve in the amount of $4,230 and the operating budget in the amount of $5,000. All those in favor. Councillor Douglas, you had a comment first?
Just wanted to answer Councillor Jarvis's question. I believe it's 12 by 20, just so you know.
Thank you. I'm going to presume that I can now say all those in favor. And that is carried. Thank you. And I believe that ends the staff reports section of our business. And so now we're going to go on to new business. And the first item in new business is the Township of Archipelago Road Management Action on Invasive Phragmites. Councillor Jarvis.
I think we just got a discussion point here. I don't think we should take very long on this. I think we're all in agreement that Phragmites are an invasive we want to be rid ourselves of as much as we can. I think the archipelago has given us a little roadmap here, and I think we should probably be supporting their motion. That's all I have on that. It's all self-explanatory there.
The draft motion I have in front of me, moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper, reads, be it resolved that Council endorse the Township of the Archipelago Resolution 21-073 regarding road management action on invasive Phragmites.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Well, that was a very quick up and down. Thank you. Councillor Hazelton. Town of Fort Erie, province investigating and updating source water protection legislation.
So this is directional in nature. And when I read through this, I focused on the clause, one of the that clauses in what they call page 2 of their resolution, where they are encouraging the recognition that clean water and sanitation are basic human rights, and that they are looking to expand the source water protection to aquifers and private services. And so one of the things that we have been frustrated with in our township, in our district generally, is that it seems that this legislation doesn't seem to care that almost all of us access our water from the bay in front of our properties. And we heard today from SSEA that they have experiences of blue-green algae at the 5 meter mark. So 5 meters is what, 15 feet, 15, 18 feet. I can tell you that in my case, I just installed a new submersible pump, and I had to make sure that I can accommodate a 6-foot water drop and then probably 6 foot of navigable water over top of my pump. And so I'm probably in the 15 to 18 foot range sucking water in. I'm not in South Bay, so I'm not impacted by the blue-green algae that's in South Bay. But the point that I'm trying to get to here is that none of this legislation acknowledges the fact that we in our township have residents who are pulling water out of the bay immediately in front of them, and those waters really do need to be protected. And so I don't have a resolution per se, but I think that as a township, we need to consider being a little bit more active and pushing the government to recognize that we are not pulling water from aquifers. We're not pulling water only from source water protection areas, which is the township sourced water. But in fact, we are pulling water from the bays in front of our places, and there is no protection for that water from a consumption standpoint. And I think we need to be thinking differently about this and applying some of the similar kinds of source water protection that is done for municipal intakes for our individual personal intakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for everybody's information, staff had drafted up a resolution for our consideration, and that read, be it resolved the council endorsed the Town of Fort Erie resolution dated April 26, 2021 regarding the province investigating updating source water protection legislation, and that this resolution be circulated to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Jeff Urick, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks. So that's, I'll call it our starting point for this discussion. Anybody want to jump in? Council Hazelton, I thought you already jumped in.
If I could just continue a little bit further. So supporting, another township is okay, but what I would really like to see is a township focused report, if you will, study. Maybe we need to resurrect or not. Previously, we had a water testing committee. We don't want a water testing committee. We want a water quality committee, perhaps that can help drive some legislation. So I'm not against that resolution as a starting point, but I would hope that we, as a township and as all of our councillors, where most of us are pulling water from the lake, that we would be all hyper focused on that water quality and finding every path we can to support it and ensure its cleanliness. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis, did I see your hand? I know I now. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Councillor Hazelton. It's well and good to support Fort Erie, which is it's a good motion they have there, but it doesn't really pertain to us in that same context. We would have to do significant rewording for it to have a similar motion of our own that would be to reflect where we get our water from, which is, as Councillor Hazelton has just said, it's from the water in front of our cottages, and that's those lakes and bays. And I don't know if there's something within the Fort Erie motion that we can use to our advantage or not. I'd have no problem supporting it, of course. But I think we've got to look at our own source water protection policy that we should be pushing. That's it.
Well, I'll add before I go to Councillor Cooper that while Councillor Hazelton's speaking, I drafted up a third item to this, which read, and further that the township staff investigate how we can best protect our source water.
Which would work for me.
Councillor Cooper.
I support this resolution. I do think that the suggestion of a committee is not a bad idea, and I think it needs to be just slightly broader in terms of name, which is an environmental committee, because certainly source water is an issue, but we have other issues that need to be examined, and it's not really it requires some specialists to be on a committee like that, and but we've got some big issues. So I would suggest that we add a line there, Mayor, that says, and have staff consider the establishment of a committee, provided, you know, we can recruit people that are capable of being on that committee, but I think we can. And so that would be my additional recommendation to the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, I'm busy writing. Councillor Bochek.
Well, I'm going to agree 100% with this resolution. I own a number of different properties, including one on Georgian Bay with our cottage on it. And we've actually gone and paid to have a well put on our waterfront property. First time my family's ever heard of it in our history, but we know where this is heading. The water's getting shallower, it's getting warmer, there's more algae. We decided to be proactive and actually drill a well on our property. And it solved my problem, but it's not going to solve 99% of the people's issues out on this bay. So 100% support behind this for Mr. Hazelton.
Okay. Our clerk's been busy. I guess she didn't like the way I was writing away, but it's okay. She's done a nice job here. And what she has put in front of us, be it resolved, the council endorsed the town of Fort Erie resolution dated April 26, 2021, regarding the province investigating and updating source water protection legislation, and that township staff investigate how we can best protect our source water, and that township staff be directed to report back with the terms of reference for an environmental committee, and that this resolution be circulated to the Honorable Doug Ford, etc. I'm seeing lots of nodding heads.
Could we call this an environmental protection committee? It's kind of wide open when you say environmental. It could be air pollution. It could be solar radiation. Let's make it a little more specific.
I like that name, by the way. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to insert the word protection after between environmental and committee. All those in favor? Not surprised that that's passed unanimously. Am I allowed to say that? Okay. Next on our list. Councillor Hazelton, Zora, advocacy for reform of joint and several liability.
I'm just wanting to support our CFO here. In previous discussions with her, she has indicated that this issue of liability for townships is or has gotten out of control. I haven't spoken to her about this specific issue, but when I saw it pop up, I thought, I think we need to pile on. I think we need to continue to express concerns that we as a municipality are suffering from the insurance company's choice to ding us heavier, and that we need to find a way to reduce some of those costs. So it just seemed like a natural thing for us to support.
I can tell you this has been in front of the province for some time, and we've heard some talk, but not much action. So I think, as you say, piling on, I'm sure that's a legal term, it is not inappropriate. Anyone wish to discuss? The resolution reads, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded, if I got to keep scribble fast, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council endorsed the Township of Zora Resolution 27-04-2021 regarding the joint and several liability, and that the resolution be circulated to Honorable Steve Clark, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. All those in favor? All right, and that is passed. Now, item D, Councillor Hazelton, OPP statement of property count.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to preempt my statements here with a request that I put into Graham Good at the district to help me understand the property counts and other things related to our township. Now, what was interesting to me is that at the time I reached out to him, I was not focused on police property counts, but what I am shocked with is that there appear to be lots of different numbers floating around out there, and I'm not sure that who we should be believing. But when we talk to the people at the district, they seem to have a pretty good handle on all of the properties, the categories of properties, and so on. And Graham Good has shared a spreadsheet with me that I found interesting. But just to kind of highlight what's going on here, the bottom number, if you will, is it appears that the OPP numbers are overcounted by 437. And if you talk to the district and you say, okay, how many households are there? How many commercial properties and industrial properties are there? What's the total of all of those? That number comes to 5504. And the property count that we get here, according to the OPP, is 5941. So that's that 437 difference. I got to believe that 437, which is overall, what, not 10%, maybe 8% of the 5504. Anyways, it's a significant number, and I got to believe that it's impacting our OPP costs. And I just don't like the idea that we have all of these organizations out there coming up with numbers, and the one organization that not only knows a number, but they also have maps of every particular location. It seems to me like we should be depending on our district partner to help us resolve the number count I see the last line here, any error in 2020 property counts need to be responded to quickly within 60 days. And fortunately, we still have 60 days. So I think that there needs to be some action here to inform the OPP that their property count is wrong.
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Yeah, this is a real sore point with me, the policing costs. And of course, the last council rather, and our councillors, our district councillors went to bat to try and get this more equitable throughout the district. I'm just kind of curious here, and I don't know what the answer is, but these 5,000, whatever the number is here, homes, are they including all of our seasonal homes? Can anybody answer that question? It is. Well, I'm just going to say it because it's just how I feel, and it's the feedback I've gotten. The lack of policing that we have out on the water for our seasonal people is shocking. Some of the situations that have come back to me have been, we're not going to, enforce our powers as police, but we think you should go civil. Well, I think that's just ridiculous. And now they want to base their money on that we present in an inequitable fashion by the home. So I think it's ridiculous. But anyways, we've gone to bat and tried to fight it once, and how we can combat it, I don't know. But it's a good catch if we can save even 8% on a system that I don't believe to be equitable anyways. So I applaud you for that, Councillor Hazelton, if you've picked up on that one. Yeah, I don't know what the answer is to this one, but again, the policing is not something that I'm too impressed with, again, this term.
Councillor Cooper.
Well, I support this being brought up, and also what Councillor Douglas has indicated. I think we have to remember that these counts, first of all, I think are suspect at best. I think that I've seen numbers from our accounting staff, I believe, or planning staff locally, that we have somewhere around 4,500 or maybe 5,000 residences. So even these numbers, I think, are a stretch. You add to this baby, if we look at our waste counts, and I did some work with Graham Good on this, the solid waste property count, it's done in units, but effectively it's 8,900 that they're using to charge us for solid waste. So not only is this a job, I won't say the word, but I think we're getting it also on the solid waste side of things. And let's start with just dealing with this issue, which is water access and the services that we get, which are really, really negligible. I'm sure in Go Home Lake, not at all practically. On coastal Georgian Bay, yes, some service, but I think we need to get to the bottom of that issue too, because I don't believe, and I never can seem to get to the bottom of this, but it was mentioned earlier today, there needs to be some real clarity around policing charges for the water access community on Georgian Bay, because I was told some time ago that it might be actually covered off by the federal government because Lake Huron, Georgian Bay borders on an international border. So the OPP fees are actually paid by the feds. I don't know if that's true, but we need to get to the bottom of that. So there's a whole bunch of information here that we need to be aware of, and some of it's printed. For example, I walked through some of the properties just in my immediate area with Councillor Hazelton on the district map. And I can tell you that there might be 3 properties, but 15 islands. And those islands are all counted as an extra property. Give me a break. There's nothing on them. So it's ridiculous. So anyway, just throwing it out there, it would be very helpful, for example, if our planning staff and or finance department can give us a household account for starters. Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik. You're muted, Councillor Wojcik.
turned the wrong thing on. I think the word that Councillor Cooper was looking for was snow job. We get stats from the OPP, and the stats are generic. So they say calls for service, X number, drunk driving, infractions, speeding, da 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 da. The same thing is happening in the inland that's happening on the coastal Georgian Bay when it comes to accountability and stats by the OPP. I would say, I'm going to guess that 70% of the calls for service and infractions are on a provincial highway, the 400. They fall within Georgian Bay Township, but the province has to patrol their roads at their expense. So we've been getting this snow job for some time from the OPP and paying an exorbitant amount of money for calls of service to pull a guy over from Buffalo on the 400 heading up to Sudbury. All of a sudden, that's a call for service in our township. So, yeah, I agree with Councillor Hazelton. Really look closely at the stats that are skewed in their favor, and let's get it straight before we pay an exorbitant percentage to the district for services we aren't receiving. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Jarvis?
Sorry, Mayor, I just wanted to say, I don't spell my snow the same way, but thank you anyway.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I think it's been proven in the past that MPAC is particularly unreliable with their property counts. We've had that with taxation and voting, more than not taxation, but voting. I think with taxation is about the only time they're right. And that's because it's money coming in. So I don't understand how a organization, MPAC, which has acknowledged that in many cases their accounts are inaccurate and they are not to be used, particularly when it comes to voting, that we have OPP going to them for their information. I guess it's just a matter of convenience. I don't know that we have a snowball's chance in wherever on this whole thing, but I applaud Councillor Hazelton's efforts here, and I think we should be supporting it 100%. Small steps here, maybe. Again, yeah, I'm in total agreement there. I wish we could be paying OPP for the service we get, not the service that they say they are providing. Thank you.
I'm gonna throw my bit in, and I'm gonna put it under two subcategories. The first one is property counts. I know I looked into the property counts 18 months ago. I forget what it was. And it's interesting because you can get different information depending upon your sources. MPAC is supposed to be a reliable source. We can debate that. The district is supposed to be a reliable source. The trouble with the information from the district is they weren't always able to identify whether a property had a residence on it or not. I know at one point I was able to get figures, and this was district-wide by each municipality, and it compared the property count to the count of residences, and I honestly can't tell you, but it was something like 8 or 9% of our properties did not have a residence on them. Some figure in that range, which was actually slightly higher than most of the other municipalities. I think that one thing we could do, which I think would be interesting, is ask staff to provide a report to compare the impact figures to the district figures to our tax roll figures and whatever other sources they may have, just to see how they compare. I think they're all in a somewhat reasonable ballpark, but there are differences. And one of the differences comes into empty or undeveloped properties versus developed properties. Some counts will include crown land, some counts do not. You know, there are partial explanations. The second thing, though, I want to caution you on is the OPP billing. It's complicated and it's not fair. The complication in part is because the OPP are able to allocate their services by municipality based on the place of the call, though Councillor Bochek's comment is quite valid. They don't distinguish whether that call came from a provincial road, a district road, a township road, or no road at all. I mean, I haven't seen those stats. Unfortunately, the OPP billing model province-wide says they call about 2/3 of their cost that they allocate to anybody overhead. And therefore, the actual calls only makes up 1/3 of their total. And that's just the way they divide out their costs. And they did that in part because certain jurisdictions in the past complained that they were being overcharged, and they got listened to. And so therefore, OPPers are insisting that 2/3 of their costs are just to be available. We won't even talk about whether they're available if the road doesn't get to your place. But then it went one step further, is that even though they can allocate their costs by municipality, or in our case, by our lower municipality versus the upper, it's the upper municipality that is responsible for the relationships with the OPP. And they made the decision to charge based on assessment. So from that perspective, it doesn't matter whether our household count is 5,800 or it's 10,800, because the district is going to charge us for OPP based on assessment. The property count, the reason the property count is relevant is that allocates what the OPP does is it takes property count across the province. And it says, okay, if the township of Georgian Bay has 1% of the provincial households or property counts, then we get 1% of the overhead charges. Except that what they end up doing is, from the district perspective, they're just going to add up the 6 of them. And that's how the overhead is applied to the district. But the district's going to charge us based on property assessment. So if the count is out, let's go with, as Councillor Hazelton suggested, that maybe it's out by 8 or 7%. Then the question is whether it's out by 8 or 7% across the province or just us. And I can tell you, I believe across the district, it'll be out by somewhat similar range of number, though it might only be 5 or 6%. So I'm thinking if we chase this down to try to reduce our OPP costs, the amount of savings we might achieve, if we're really lucky, will be fraction of the cost it would take to chase it all down if we were successful. But I still think it brings up what Councillor Hazelton has brought up, 2 things that I think are important, one of which we can do something about, and that is try to compare all the various counts of properties and residences in our township to see whether we can come up with a number we have some confidence in. And the second is, I think we have an ongoing challenge of how to get the OPP billed more fairly to the residents of this province, and certainly in our case. And as I mentioned earlier, when I met with the OPP last week in regard to their detachment boards that they want to create, they couldn't give me answers, absolute answers as to how much of the Marine Patrol out of Midland would actually A, come under the detachment board, or B, how the costs are allocated. So I don't have answers on that at this point. Anyway, those are my comments. I don't know if anybody wants to create a resolution from that, but if we want to do one more round, it's, do we put anything in a resolution? Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for all that background. And I just wanted to say that I was around when at the district when the billing came in from the OPP, and it did come in on a cost for service basis, and the district councilors decided to do it on a market value assessment. I leave it to you to understand why they did that. My view is it's to keep the costs where most of the service is very low, and where there's no service, keep it pretty high. And that's what we're seeing here. But I think there's a couple of things, even if we can't get the district to do it in a more fair fashion, and I wouldn't hold my breath on that one, we can use these statistics in another way. And I was already referencing the issue, how we're being charged for units in our solid waste. And I think there's a big problem there that will help us save significant amount of money. And one of the answers I got from not the solid waste people, but I think finance at the district was, well, we we charge according to the properties that could be developed. And so in places like Huntsville and Bracebridge and Gravenhurst, there's not a lot of extra lots available, and they want to ding the municipalities for those potential lots. The problem is that in our township, the 8 or 10% you're referring to, Peter, I think is maybe even on the low side, and most of them cannot be developed because they're so tiny. They're shoals. In the case of coastal Georgian Bay, we wouldn't develop them, but the district is considering them developable, if that's a word, properties. So there we could maybe get at some more fair charges, especially from the district. Thank you.
What I'm going to suggest, if I may, a resolution that would read, be it resolved that council receives a correspondence from the OPP regarding the 2022 municipal police billing statement property count, and that staff be directed to compare the different sources of property counts for our town, in our township, or for our township, I should say. Because I think that would be the first step. Ms. Way, you, oh, I got a thumbs up. So then I'm going to say, then all those in favor. All right, thank you. And our final new business was the item that was added to our agenda, item 10E on short-term rentals, and that was Councillor Hazel. Councillor Douglas.
I'm just like to declare a conflict here, so I'm going to step away from this.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to propose, because we're getting very close to the end of the agenda, we're just going to continue for the next 15 minutes or so, and then not only break for lunch, but break for the day. Okay. Councillor Hazelton, short-term rentals.
Yeah, could I ask our clerk Karen to just put the resolution and the report up? Do you have that handy? And while you're thinking about that, I'll just the background here is there have been comments by several people, one formally to all of us recently, to have us investigate the short-term rental issue. Some people think it's an issue, or some people think it's a problem. Other people aren't. In the world of COVID, there appears to be a lot more of it going on than previously, and it would be helpful, I think, to understand the matter a little bit more fully, understand what some other townships and jurisdictions have done, and if they have any useful experiences that they can share with us. So this is definitely not an intent to direct any particular action. It's really only an intent to educate ourselves and allow staff to gather some information and allow us to be better informed. So when people ask us about this topic, we have a more complete message to share with them. So this is really what I put together here. I'll let you read it, and other people can jump in.
Councillor Cooper, I think I see your hand up.
Thank you. And clearly I left it up from the last matter,
okay.
But I did want to say something briefly, just in that I think this is important information and I support it. I wanted to also add that I think we did sort of discuss this once before, and I think it was may have been brought forward. If it hasn't been, there are some municipalities that have done some very good work in this area. As I understand it, Collingwood is one of them, where there's been some issues with sort of Airbnb and a lot of wild parties, etc. And nothing against parties, but I think we need to be thinking about this, especially in more confined areas in our township where there's narrow bays and that kind of thing, a lot of noise. and Airbnb can be a problem. So I think what, as I understand it, Collingwood did is actually issued licenses to anybody that was in this rental business, and if you had an infraction, you were fined, and the second time you lost your license. So something to that effect. That's what I've been told by people that are renting or living over in the Collingwood area, and it made a lot of sense to me to have something that was had some pretty strong teeth to it. So I support this, and I think we need some more study. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, well, I'm not opposed to this resolution. I think it needs to be a little more specific. I understand the intent of it. And in certain applications, it makes a lot of sense, but a lot of people are renting out their cottages because of financial restraints. They're finding it really hard, to pay the taxes they pay or the mortgages that they pay on their recreational home, and they're not using it, so they rent it out to try to subsidize some of that. And I don't want to see that disappear. As well, inland here, we have a fair amount of Airbnbs that are supporting the golf industry. I know Oak Bay area, not just in Oak Bay, but the surrounding area around that, there is quite a few Airbnbs that, are rented out for the weekend for a foursome to come up and go golfing, and then, check out on the Monday and go home. And it's not a real issue with any of that. But I see where it could become an issue in areas of recreation or water access properties, islands, that type of thing. So I wouldn't support the resolution as it reads right here, because I think it's far too encompassing. But if it was a little more slimmed down, I would probably support it. You probably don't need my support to get this resolution passed. But I would hate to think that we're going to deter people from coming up and renting Airbnbs. It kind of helps out our residents with some of their very exorbitant costs. It's not cheap to be here, and it's certainly not cheap to be here when you can't use it. So I'm not really in favor of the resolution the way it stands right now. If it's massaged a bit, maybe, but I think it's too all-encompassing. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. The intention of the resolution isn't to, first of all, there's no action from the resolution. It's just to ask staff to report and educate us. That's the first thing. But if I could just kind of bridge from what Councillor Bochek said about the docks, at least I think it was he who said it. If there's no sign there, if there's no bylaw that deals with the docks, then people will do anything they want, and there's no opportunity to enforce it. And knowing that our township works on a complaint-based system, that if someone happened to be renting out their place for whatever reason and there were no issues with it, then there would be no complaints and there would be no concerns. Only where you have a complaint about an activity that's going on would the bylaw department then have the teeth, maybe, depending on what staff comes back and tells us, to be able to go out and exercise some constraint, if you will. So I don't know what the right thing is to do. I'm not suggesting for a second that I do. I would like to have staff educate us on what other jurisdictions have found to be useful. And I again echo that I have heard more than one complaint about short-term rentals. And so that just, when this email came in that we all got, it just seemed like it was a reasonable next step to task staff with educating us a little bit further on this so that we can be more informed and perhaps make a decision to do something. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a resolution moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to research and provide a report to council to consider regarding short-term rentals. All those in favor? All right, and that is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I only saw 3 hands go up.
Okay, I make the fourth.
Okay.
Okay. Then next on our list is we have 3 bylaws to get passed. And the first bylaw, the motion reads, and I'll say, moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2021-025 to appoint Joshua Bonder, Jacob Linzer, and Chantal St. Jean as municipal law enforcement officers for the Township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? All right, and so I see at least 4 hands going up. So that is carried, including mine. The second is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2021-026 to adopt the 2021 taxation rates and to establish due dates for payments of taxes and to charge penalties for non-payment of taxes. All those in favor? Well, Councillor Hazelton, do you have a question?
Yes, Mayor. I wanted to point out here that there is an opportunity for a property class of residential vacant. It's not included. We have commercial vacant. I'm shocked that commercial vacant is also I'm focusing on the solid waste column in the chart that was provided. So that's on page 170 of the 173. So I'm intrigued, and we were just talking about property counts a few minutes ago, and I don't know if it's too late, if the horse has left the barn already, but when we have these property classes, I find it shocking that first of all, we would have solid waste charges for a commercial vacant property. For an industrial vacant property, I find that would be, why would we have any solid waste charges for that? Because there is none. And similarly, we have residential properties that are vacant of a very substantial number. In fact, in our township, according to Graham Good, we have 33% of the count of properties in our township are residential vacant. And as Councillor Cooper pointed out, most of those are tiny stubs of islands that could never be developed. But the point is, we have these property classes. For some reason, we don't have those numbers reflected. And as I say, maybe it's too late, don't know, but it just seems unreasonable for us to think that there should be solid waste allocations to vacant properties, whether they be industrial, commercial, residential, or multi-residential.
Ms. Boutiette, do you want to respond to that? I'm going to make one comment while you decide. If not, one is we also charge education taxes to vacant lots. So, you know, I don't think solid waste is the only example, but unfortunately, to some degree, we know that property taxes are a wealth tax as opposed to a use tax. And I think you're illustrating an interesting example of the, let me call it, dichotomy.
Yeah, I just want to focus exclusively here on solid waste because that is a use cost. I agree with you. Education is a wealth tax, as is, the assessed value. But somehow solid waste got stuck into the package here, as does water and sewer, most of which we don't have access to. But we're mixing asset or wealth-based taxation models with consumption usage-based taxation models. And I just think that we need to, first of all, acknowledge the gap there, and then start thinking about how we correct that anomaly, whereby we already know water and sewer, you're only charged for what you use because there's a usage ticker on it. So if I have a residential property and I have water and sewer allocations, but I don't use it, then there's no cost. So similarly with solid waste, if I have a vacant property and there's no usage, there should be no cost. Those are, anyways, I think you get the idea.
Yes, but yeah.
Through your worship, the little asterisk on page 5 of the bylaw states that the district rates are not up for approval by the council of the Township of Georgian Bay. They are included for demonstration purposes.
Yeah, but I think Councillor Hazelton's point is in the ongoing talks about solid waste, this is part of the background knowledge, and I'm going to, if I may put it this way, part of the challenge we face with the way district currently provides that service and allocates the cost.
Possibly, yes, they do. Not possibly, but I can't comment or influence this number.
Yeah, no, and it's outside of your control at this point. We've been mandated by the district to collect taxes according to the schedule they give us. I'm going to try again. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2021-026 to adopt the 2021 taxation rates and to establish due dates for payment of taxes and to charge penalties for non-payment of taxes. All those in favor? All right, and that is carried. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to say moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2021-027 to assume all of Lynx Trail, PIN number 48018-0666, and Masters Court, PIN number 48018-0667, as shown and described on the registered plan 35M-725 in the community of Oak Bay and hereby assumed as public highways. All those in favor? I'm seeing puzzled looks. Councillor Bocek, was that a vote or did you want to speak?
No, I'm sorry. I thought you called for a vote. So
I did, but I'm not getting too many hands up. So now I'm going to see, does anybody want to speak to this before they vote? Councillor Cooper.
Any assumption of a road scares the hell out of me. That's why I didn't put my hand up. Brad, did you want to respond to that?
Through the mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, this was from a report that was brought at the last council meeting regarding the assumption of these roads. This is a development that was approved by council. We entered into a development agreement with the developer, and once they have met the required standards and conditions in the development, we basically have an obligation to assume the roads. And we sought that direction last meeting, and this is the bylaw to implement that direction.
Okay. Councillor Cooper, you want to speak again?
Just follow up. Brad, could you give me some sort of financial implication? I've forgotten what we discussed. I'm not really seeing the amount here.
Through the mayor, I don't believe there was a financial implication. The township has been collecting taxes from those residences for several years, and the developer has been responsible for doing the maintenance on the roads. Upon assumption, the township becomes responsible for the maintenance on the roads, whether it's sweeping the sand, plowing the snow, dealing with the sidewalks, any drainage issues, cleaning the catch basins. So this is a normal course in the development process, that the developer builds the infrastructure to the township standards. We approve the standards. We approve the final engineering drawings. We do an inspection once the construction has been completed. The roads and other infrastructure will usually be in place for 2 years or so before the township assumes it, so that we can ensure that there aren't any problems with warranty.
So as a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and that is, so just to be clear, there is a cost because you're just detailing all sorts of services that we're taking over. And do we know what that number is?
Through the mayor, I do not specifically know what that number is. It would be
Okay.
similar to any other residential property in the township.
All right, and we're legally required to assume this road. That's part of what we signed up for. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
So there's a law or there's an agreement that we signed saying we will assume this road. Thank you.
That's correct.
Councilor Bochek.
Yeah, something I've been involved in with Brad for some time. So just for a little bit of clarity, because I wasn't really getting it from what Brad was saying, this road was built by the developer. These roads, they were brought up to municipal standards. They've been approved by the municipality that they are at those standards. We are taxing the residents for snow removal, sand, cleaning of the basins and everything else currently. And we have been charging these residents for the past couple of years for that service and not providing it to them. So there's no cost to acquire the road. There's only the cost of maintaining, which is covered off by the taxpayers in that neighborhood.
Yeah, and basically, I think what we're doing here is it's a contractual obligation that was set up many years ago, and that the conditions of that contract have now been met. So I'm going to now call for the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next on our list are closed session. Now, the reason we're going to go in closed session is only to approve minutes from our prior closed session. And if no one has any issue to discuss them, then we don't have to go in closed session. So my question is, did anybody have any reason to debate those minutes? Okay, so I'm going to just read that motion. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that the council adopts April 12th, 2021 Planning Council meeting closed session minutes as presented. All those in favor? All right, so that is carried, which means we don't have to go into closed session. We can skip a few pages here then. Moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2021-028 to confirm the proceedings of the May 10th, 2021 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Bochek, moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 1:34 p.m. until Monday, June 14th, 2021 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? Okay, as council, we are now adjourned and we'll meet again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for our planning council agenda, followed by the committee of the whole agenda tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone. And I wish you well the rest of the day, and we'll see all of you at 9 o'clock tomorrow.